Go ahead and invite my co-host. Well, not co-host, but like, yeah. What's going on TikTok? What's going on YouTube, man? I hope everybody had a wonderful day. I think the latest that I can probably do this live will probably be to like 11:30, 12 o'clock. We're gonna try to keep it at like 2. Now I am gonna attempt a 10-hour stream again. Just not right now. Maybe on another weekend eventually, but um we're gonna attempt that, but we're gonna try to keep these next few lives like to maybe like 2 hours max or 2.5, something like that. But yeah. So y'all see the title. I hope that's not triggering, but I don't see why it would be. But some dude gonna definitely get offended. I already know how this gonna go. I don't understand why they don't understand what's going on over here to begin with. But yeah, believe women. Obviously, that statement doesn't mean like you believe all women. It just mean like believe women in general, right? And what we having, hey, what's going on? Hey, Shannon, got you live for the first time. Hey, what's going on? How you doing? Glad you could catch it. Good night, Victorious. Good night, Indian. How you doing? My two mods. How y'all doing? Yeah, y'all tap the screen share. So what I'm and y'all on YouTube, man, just hit that heart button for me. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta send a super chat or nothing. If you're not gonna do that, just hit that heart button, man. It really helps out the algorithm. It helps us out. So the statement "believe women" don't mean you believe all women. It mean you believe women in general, though. It mean you stop shunning them and saying that I won't believe her because women lie. I mean, that's a general statement. Like you don't want to be generalized to say men lie, but then you go generalize to say women lie. And it's like we can't get nowhere. And what I'm noticing in a lot of these social media spaces is that men don't practice and I'm only speaking on the men, right? So I'm speaking on the men right now, and I get that. But in a lot of these spaces, especially on TikTok, bro. Hey Angela, how you doing? Especially on TikTok. Did I have to send that lady an email? Hey Connie, how y'all doing? Especially on TikTok, right? On these panels, there is no empathy or sympathy being shown. So I'm not saying that what you want to do is believe every single woman. That's not what you do. But you do want to practice empathy and sympathy. Now I said on these apps. So I'm not even coming after like it's saying something crazy or nothing like that, because what's gonna happen is it's always a heathen in the mix that will take my words and say that I said that you supposed to believe women in general. I mean, that you're supposed to just believe every single woman. What I'm saying is I witnessed women come up and try to share their grape story. You had a lot of dudes, you had a lot of women try to the dudes would ask and say, so you gonna sit here and say that you was raped? We don't, and then they would literally say, we don't believe women when they say they was raped. What? Would you so wait a minute. You asked her to tell her story, but then said you're not gonna believe it. You asked the woman to share her story, but then you ain't gonna believe the story. So what the heck is she even coming up there expressing herself? So that's what I'm saying. You're not practicing empathy and sympathy. What you're gonna do is that try to weaponize it. Because I see this on a whole bunch of panels. I'm just not gonna say the nigga's name because, like I said, they fuck niggas, right? One of them look like a skeleton with braids. I mean, a skeleton with dreads. One of them is a nigga that's been on a panel. He been doing the same thing for so long. We not gonna then stop talking to them. What is the point of trying to talk to women if you're not going to believe women? It doesn't make any sense. But then you want the women to believe you and what you saying. and you're not practicing empathy or sympathy, fam. And that's why we can't get nowhere. Then you wonder why you on the back of a green screen every day. You getting talked about, but then you're having these backgrounds that's being, intentionally disingenuous, and it's rage bait. You're putting black women this, and then you're having black women come on a panel, and then you're not showing any sympathy or empathy for them, but you're using them as content. And then you're telling me that you're a real man. You telling me that that's cool, fam. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Brother, who is this? My God, because nigga, you don't even have the option to come up. But then you just said that I'm speaking of Mamba. Mamba, you gotta take your page off private. You gotta take your page off private. Like I'm really not in the mood to like address comments like right now. So if you're not gonna say it with your chest, then I'm not gonna acknowledge you. So you can take your page off private, and then I can invite you up, and then you can say what you want to say. Other than that, my nigga, well then bye. Okay, bye, nigga. Like, bye. Do you see me going into y'all niggas' lives and saying a whole bunch of coonery and nonsense? No, I don't. I stay my black behind over here and away from the dust mites, right? I don't understand why you would even come here with that nonsense. You say my autocorrect is wait, who autocorrect? What happened? You know where empathy and sympathy gets you friends on. What's wrong with being friends on? Is there something wrong with being friends on lifting furniture? What's wrong with being a friend? I don't understand. I'm not understand. I'm not even trying to be mean right now. I'm not I'm not trying to be mean when I say that I I don't get what you're saying. Can you understand? Like, can you make that make sense? You can't be friends with a woman. You can't be friends with women that you're attracted to or something. Like, what is the problem? If you stop looking at a woman as a sexual object, we get somewhere. Hold on, let me see if this is a man, because I can't tell nowadays. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know what the heck a man is or a woman is anymore. Everything's changing. Yeah. Uh, fam, I don't know what you. I think that's a man. I think that's a man. So, can you explain what you meant by that? There's no listen. I listened to a live by Public earlier, and he made a very great point. There is no such thing as friend zone. There's no such thing as friend zone. You're either a friend or you're more than friends. I don't know what to tell you. It's not that hard to be friends with a attractive woman and not sleep with her, fam. It's not so hard to see past that. It's not so hard to not make women just this sexual object. It's not hard, bro. It's not hard. That was a dumb comment. Nigga, if she says that all she wants to do is friends, don't cross the line. It's not. Never mind. Just don't cross the damn line. I'm sorry. I was going to. I was gonna let it go. Now I can't let it go. Just don't cross the line, fam. If she says she don't want anything, bro, that don't mean flirt with her. That don't mean try. Stop pursuing, fam. Stop pursuing. Let that go. Do you know what this nigga said? Having sympathy and empathy gets you in the friend zone. What are you talking about? So you wouldn't have sympathy and empathy for your wife? Are you dumb? So if it's your dad, you wouldn't have sympathy or empathy for your dad. So if it's your little brother, you wouldn't have sympathy or empathy for your little brother. So if it's your daughter, you wouldn't have sympathy or empathy for your. Having sympathy and empathy gets you in the friend zone, fam. What the heck are you talking about? See, now I'm mad, and I told you I wasn't gonna let nobody get me off my square. But now I'm off that mug. I'm off them. I'm at third base. Goddamn me. What do you mean having sympathy and empathy gets you friends on? How did that? I'm what did I say? Men don't practice sympathy or empathy in these conversations. Brother, having sympathy or empathy gets you friends on. What? You I can't even use the R word because the word has become sensitive. You guys are mentally dumb. That was dumb. That was dumb. Yeah, that was dumb. Yeah. God, and then y'all have to be black every time. Why can't it? Where are the dumb white people? Why can't it be a why does it always have to be a black man that says something dumb like that in my comments, fam? Can for once can you stop making us look like a dummy? Please, fam. I'm having a hard time. I'm fighting for my life up here every day having these conversations. I shouldn't even bring you niggas on. But then you come in the comments saying something stupid like that, and we can't get nowhere because I gotta share the same skin color with some of you buffoons. Even trying to have a conversation with some of you dust mites, fam. Trying to have a conversation with y'all, you come in saying something stupid. And now here I am rambling and got off my square because a cockroach came in and said something stupid. How the heck is showing empathy or sympathy getting you friend zone? Are you dumb? Like 6ix9ine. Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb, nigga? Which one? What are you talking about? I hope you niggas shouldn't have you shouldn't have daughters, fam. You shouldn't have daughters. I'm tired. Yeah, there's no hope. There's no hope. Put your faith in the Lord. I have not. I have no hope in some of you guys. I won't say all, but the average person, I have no hope for you. I don't, bro, because you can't be this stupid. You can't be this stupid. You can't. I never heard that, fam. I never heard that having if you see a homeless person, you never think about like, dang, what would it be like for me to be in their shoes? And you never have a heart to give them a few dollars, fam, because they starving and you not in that situation, fam. You never practice empathy or sympathy. Like, but when it's a woman, it just can't be that we're friends because you gotta put your thing inside her, fam. That's all you see is a swimming pool for your blanks that you probably gonna be shooting. That's all you see is someone to dive in to where she won't even get her big O, but she'll get pregnant. How you get pregnant before an orgasm? Make that make sense. But that's what you nigga. Going back to I'm sorry, y'all. I'm done. I'm done. I'm sorry. Y'all forgive me. Y'all forgive me. Y'all out here doing things backwards. She don't even get her splash, but she got a freaking baby in her stomach because you couldn't practice empathy or sympathy, fam. I started off, bro. I'm starting off good. I started off real good, fam. I tried. Lord forgive me. I tried. I started off real good. I was being serious, and there was that one person that came in and threw me off. But we're gonna get back on track. So, like I was saying, on these apps, fam, in a lot of these conversations in which men are trying to have with women, we are not practicing empathy or sympathy. What we're doing, we're weaponizing accountability. I don't even think people understand what the heck accountability means. Because what I hear is that you want to punish women. How are you holding some? Listen, I have no, let's put it like this. How do you hold someone accountable online? I'm not holding anybody accountable. I'm calling you out. That's not me holding you accountable. I have nothing to hold you accountable to. I call you out by what you say. So you just said, how do I hold them accountable? I don't. I clock you. I check you. I call you out. I say what you're saying wrong. That's not me holding you accountable. I can't hold you accountable online. I have nothing to hold you accountable to. You didn't make an agreement with me. You didn't sign a piece of paper with me. I'm not your leasing agent. I'm not none of that. So how do you hold somebody accountable online? You would literally have to have a like y'all got each other numbers and y'all in a group chat, and that person can come to you and talk to you and stuff like that. Most of y'all don't have that type of setup to where like it's like women's accountability group chat. Like that's, and I would hope no woman would be desperate enough to join it. So how do you hold somebody accountable online? You're using the word out of context and you're weaponizing that word. Nobody's holding these women accountable. You can't hold a woman accountable. You can only be accountable for your own actions. So you over here talking about women need to be held accountable for something. You can't hold. If a woman wants to go ride a new rod, right? I don't promote that, but I'm just saying, if she wants to go ride a rod, right? Fornicate, whatever words y'all want to use, that's what she's going to do. You can't do it. I mean, you can't. You could probably advise against it, but you can't hold her accountable. Nigga, just like a lot of y'all want to cheat on y'all wives. A lot of y'all want to cheat on y'all wives. I can say that's wrong, but I can't hold you accountable. What am I holding you accountable to? Nothing. I don't have control over you. You don't have control over women. What are you talking about? You can't hold anybody. Y'all, what you're doing is literally weaponizing the word, and you're trying to say women are wrong for this, that, and third. That's all we're doing. And we're using them for content. We're using women, particularly if you're a black man, we're using black women for content, and we're getting paid for it. That's what we're doing. As a lot of men in these groups, you're just using women for content and you're getting paid for it. That's what it comes back down to. I'm going to make black women look stupid. I'm going to have them call it. First of all, I'm going to put up a background so provocative, so just out there, right? Just crazy. Black women are the worst mothers, right? I'm going to put that out there. And then I'm going to find statistics to weaponize the statistics to make me right. To make me right, and then I'm going to get paid by other by other men who throw, by other men who throw panties at other men and super chats and stuff like that, because I make women look stupid. That's the hustle. So you're not holding anyone accountable. You're shaming and calling people out, and you're getting paid for it. That's what we're doing. And if we would just be honest and say that's what we're doing, just stop using the word accountable. You can't hold single mothers. What are you talking about? You can't hold single mothers account. You can't hold black women account. How do you do that? That's not what you're doing. You're pimping out your group of women. You're pimping out your group of women by only picking out the quote unquote negative things about black women and then using that to paint a narrative to get paid. You Kevin Samuels children. You waste of sperm cells. I probably will get in trouble with that. This live might get shut down because I said that. Y'all make sure y'all tap the screen because they're going to take me out the game. I already know this is going to take me out the game. But that's what's happening. And my guy, you keep making a comment. I can invite you up. We can talk. I won't be disrespectful. No, I ain't gonna restart yet. I won't be disrespectful because you keep making comments, my G. So you know what I'm saying? Like you can, I'll mute my mic. I'll let you speak. What'd you say, brother?
So I was saying about that. Why not show empathy and sympathy? It's like, if you want to be her friend, go right ahead. That's well and good. I'm not saying nothing's wrong with being her friend, but if you want to talk to her and she puts you in the friend zone, that's kind of like,
bro. What are you talking about?
Talk to this woman.
Wait, pause. What are you talking about? Like literally, we're not talking about a relationship.
We're talking about this.
We're not.
About, 30 minutes
we're
ago?
not talking about. We're not talking about. We're not talking about a relationship.
I'm in the wrong section. Then my bad. I apologize.
But we're not talking about relationships, fam. We're talking about just the overall conversation. This nigga centered vagina. This nigga came up here and literally centered vagina. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. We're not even talking about relationships, fam. We talking about conversations that men are having online with these women. How did you go to the conversations that men are having amongst with women to then center relationships? We talking about conversations and you talking about vagina. We talking about what the niggas be saying online to the women and getting them to share their stories and stuff, then to flip it around and weaponize and say we don't believe that. And then you talking about sex. You talking about a relationship with the woman. I'm talking about conversations with women in general. And then that nigga said I'm in the wrong space. Yes, you are, fam. What? Really? No, I can't, bro. I can't. This is a troll account, but let's rock with it. Yes.
Alrighty. To answer the prompt, I think it's more to do with the mirrored reflection and individual perspective. Like, men don't see empathy or sympathy to their plight, so they're not willing to reciprocate it. So it's a matter of each group holding their own accountable and them not doing it and doubling down.
Is that your community or mine?
I'd say online in general, like any interaction, like how you see some men being like a bit more trollish or disrespectful, that comes from a place of hurt, you know?
So let's test that. You know anything about the Black community?
Quite a bit. I grew up where most of my first friends were not the same color as me.
Cool. So who has always been front line, front forward for the Black community? Which group of people? The women or the men?
Oh, I'd say the ladies.
So where has Black women as a collective group not shown empathy towards Black men, online or outside of online?
All right. I wasn't speaking in the context of like Black community, Hispanic community, white community. I was speaking more in general.
Okay, you know? So in general, okay, so cool. Well, you tell me about yours. I don't. Are you Caucasian? I'm sorry. Are you a Caucasian?
Oh yeah, I'm shockingly Caucasian.
Okay, cool. So are you telling me that Caucasian women aren't showing empathy for the Caucasian man? I wouldn't know. I'm not Caucasian. I haven't met this observation. I know about a few men who speak out, like Rollo Tomasi, and some of those guys. I don't think they need a red pill to prove their point, but I know about some guys
that, but stuff is sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, I don't know any. I can't speak on Caucasians because I don't know what Caucasians are dealing with. So what are you telling me that Caucasian women are not showing empathy or sympathy towards the Caucasian man?
Online, no. And that's probably why they get that mirrored reflection and that attitude right back.
Dang, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I know about I catch quite a few Caucasian women. Now I don't like this term, right, masculine, but I catch quite a few Caucasian women that actually call out other women for the disdainful things that they say.
Oh, you mean like Pearl?
No. No.
Oh, she ain't red pill. I think she's more
just pearly things.
Yeah.
She, once you start saying stuff about 16-year-old girls, it's weird to me. But there is another older woman, pretty woman who speaks out on behalf. She got like over 2 million followers on TikTok. I forgot her name, bro. I wish I knew her name. I forgot her name. But I see. But what I'm saying, I come quite across a few Caucasian women that speak up about what Caucasian men deal with, and you know, defend Caucasian men from what they deal with in society and stuff like that. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a Caucasian man, so I wouldn't be able to say that. You do you think that number evens out eventually?
I think there's a bit of a bias with it. I think it's because of certain social media platforms that kind of foster echo chambers and increase polarization. So I would say, like in the instance of the Meta platform, I see more like feminists like in the final wave on the more extreme end of the views, just blatant misandrists.
Okay. Explain these waves of feminism. I don't. What is fifth wave? What is the final wave of feminism?
Basically, it's not about equality or fair treatment or women's suffrage, anything like that. It's more about revenge and superiority. Basically, every problem in their lives is attributed to men and the patriarchal establishment.
Okay, quick question, just to hear me out. Do you think that would somewhat be true? You know, like just to some extent that every problem in this world can usually be traced back to a man, whether it's a black man, Caucasian man, Hispanic man, but like in family or the dynamics of how the world operates, wars, crimes. Do you not use
that's fair enough, but that's not to disregard any instance where women have been wrong throughout history. Have you ever heard of the Blood Countess? She would take peasant kids and offer to train them in etiquette and really just torture them in the basement chambers of the castle.
Yeah, I mean, like we got horrible women out there. Like in my community, like a woman was just let out of jail on bond. I don't know why. For being accused, it hasn't been proven, but believed to be accused of pimping out teenage kids with her son. So there's horrible women all across the board. The problem is, I don't want to compare harm, but I think the problem is that throughout history, that number always favors us men. Now, I'm not trying to say on an individual basis that we have to go back that far, but do you think that would somehow be kind of men's fault if women were to be seeking out revenge because of their harm? I'm not saying that they should, fam. I'm not saying no one should lose their life or none of that, but I'm saying, do you not see how that can be kind of a problem? I mean, how that could kind of...
No, I understand the motive behind it completely. I'm also acknowledging that itself is wrong too.
Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Like I agree with like the grievances of first wave feminism, fair treatment, like women should be able to vote, work, all that fine jazz. But when it comes to like the modern argument of like late term abortion and whatnot, like I got a more nuanced stance. Like I understand you want to protect health, you don't want to have any medical danger to the mother and whatnot. So I make those types of exceptions.
Late term abortion?
Oh yeah, there's a spectrum for that too. There's people that will argue all the way up to 9 months.
Well, listen, there has been videos where people were calling certain hospitals and the doctors and the nurses would say that they're okay with that, but I've never seen this go all the way through.
Me either.
I've never seen a 9th month yeeting of the fetus. Revenge though, how does that equate to revenge?
It disregards the father's parental rights, because if you have the right to explicitly terminate something that is half of him and he wants the kid, that's not right, just as it's not right to force him to pay for a child that he wants nothing to do with. You know what I mean? That's a touchy one.
That's a tricky one, because I don't think that's fair. I don't think financially supporting a child versus yeeting of
what's the greater right? Being able to take what would be a life or not having to pay for that life?
What's the greater right?
What's the greater wrong in that regard? Being able to take something that would be a viable life.
I think they both wrong, but I think they're both wrong. But let's say if we're on the scale of fetus inside the woman's life, I think that's a greater wrong. Let's go with that one. But still,
No.
that's your child.
Well,
You don't think that child should be financially
I'm
supported?
saying if it's go ahead.
No. I was just asking a question. You don't think that child should be financially not you personally, but if the child's here, I mean, forgive me for what I'm about to say. I don't agree with this personally. But if a nigga not gonna take care of his child, should the woman have even had it? And I'm not even saying that it should be aborted. I'm saying should she have gotten pregnant in the first place?
Well, yeah, there's prudence and discernment in the beginning. Like before a man or woman settles down, they're not even like acknowledging the power that they're messing with. You can bring another soul, another vessel into this realm of existence. That's a type of power that they're messing with, and they don't fully understand.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. So again, I appreciate you for enlightening me on the Caucasian side. Again, I don't know what Caucasian men deal with or Caucasian women deal with. But you answered the prompt in generality, so I'm okay with that. I don't, if I was to take a guess, I don't think majority of Caucasian women have turned their back on Caucasian men. Is that what y'all are experiencing over there?
No,
Or is that
I'm
just
blessed
what you
with who
see?
I settle. I'm blessed in that instance. My wife's great.
But I'm saying, would you say that this is an overall experience for Caucasian men? Is that the Caucasian woman is out of her mind, or she's on fifth wave feminism and she doesn't show empathy or sympathy?
A lot of them are, but not the majority.
Not the majority.
Many are still level-headed. So what I'm describing is the extremes that I am observing online.
Okay. I think my moderator, she has a question for you. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Not really a question. I just wanted to make an observation that Buddy made. There is not a single state in the United States that allows use of the fetus at 9 months. Didn't know if you knew that, but
oh no, I know that. I was just saying the argument I hear online by like the people on like the extreme end of the spectrum for that argument.
No, the extreme end of the spectrum. Trust me, I understand what you're saying. That's not what they're saying.
Who misquoted? Was it me that misquoted? Because I said
no, it was him.
Okay.
He made the statement that he brought it up being at 9 months. When they say pro-choice up to 9 months, they mean they support the option of the baby being removed from the mother's womb, because that, by definition, is an AB. Okay, I'm just using AB for that instance. People forget that there are different kinds of ABs. Abortion is simply the termination of the pregnancy, not the termination of the life of the baby or fetus. Okay, there's a difference between a baby and there's a difference between a fetus as well. Okay, a tadpole is not a frog. Okay, let that sink in. A tadpole is not a frog.
Yes, but all life goes in cycles.
Pause.
Removing it at any point.
Pause. I get you. It goes in cycles, correct. But a fetus cannot survive outside of the womb of the mother, which makes it a huge difference. A baby can. So it's nonsense that you can AB all the way up until 9 months. That does not equal the unaliving of the baby. That simply means the baby has been extracted from the mother's womb, and the baby is old enough to survive outside of the mother's womb. They usually give the child up for adoption at that point. They're not doing away with the babies, sir. So what we're talking about here, which our mind goes to, we're talking about ABs, we're talking about legal euthanizing of the fetus, i.e. not a baby yet, and the unaliving of the fetus so that the heart no longer is beating. Let me just ask you a question. As an adult, right? If your brain stops working, what the fuck do they call you? A vegetable. Because why? Your body is not functioning anymore. You cannot survive without the functionality of your brain, even if your heart is beating. So it's the same concept with fetus. The fetus does not have a fully developed brain. The fetus cannot survive outside of the body of the mother. Therefore, it is not a baby, and it's not the same thing.
But if we want to go by comparison, a single cell organism of bacteria is not alive. There's no biological comparative to a brain.
Okay, and your point?
Well, if a single cell is considered life, but even if that point of the cycle is not considered life, revoking at any point is still ending life. It's sugarcoating it based on
Consider the contribution of life. It's the contribution of life. It's not a thing in which we advocate for living and breathing as a fucking organism. It is a portion of a totality of one thing. I'm sorry, what are we missing here? I'm confused. So somebody failed biology class. I just want to make that very clear that we're not talking about unaliving babies at 9 months. We got to make sure that we're not spreading misinformation if we're going to bring up some shit. And people usually that don't have uteruses are not aware of this. So I would just say Google shit.
I didn't make. I'm sorry if there's any confusion. I didn't make the claim that was happening anywhere in the United States. I made the claim that there are people on the extreme end of the argument saying that that's what they're pushing for. And my perspective is that most of the ABs are not because of medical danger. Incest are great.
What drew you to that conclusion that it is not due to one or almost all those things? Other than the rhetoric of the right wing that you just explained.
Well, can you say that sentence again? Because now, if we talk about ABs, only 1% of ABs. Only 1% of ABs will do the grape, right? So, but what was the other two things that you said? I missed it.
Incest or medical danger.
Okay, you're saying most.
For some reason, that inbreeding has to be listed in the argument online.
So, but you're saying so most ABs are just because women choosing to have ABs outside of those three factors. Is that the point that you're making?
I'm saying yes. It's a dodge of consequence and accountability on either their end or feelings of regret because the wrong dude was let inside.
Okay, so I never looked into Jazz. I'll be honest with you. The wrong dude. I'm sorry that caught me off guard. I never looked into the other two that he said. Now I do know that when it comes to the statistics of ABs, that only 1% were due to grape. Of all accounted, only 1% were due to the grape aspect. I can't talk on the other two because I don't know the other two.
I'm just gonna say this to Brent. I wouldn't give a single flying fuck if it was just one person a year out of the thousands that get abortions due to all the other reasons. If it was just one person that needed it due to grape, I would still support the right for women to exercise their right over their bodies and have access to ABs. Men that want to dictate what happens to women's bodies are the exact reason why there's been a 56% increase in the unaliving of infants, fetuses, and mothers in the state of Texas alone since the Orange Sack turned the rights over to the states to make decisions about women's bodies.
I was like the Orange Sack.
I need you to understand the impact that you guys have on governing shit that you don't even have in your own bodies.
Now, here's the thing. I make those exceptions for those cases, like medical danger.
That's wonderful. But guess who did it? All the fucking states that told women that at 6 weeks, you're fucked. Even though you won't find out that they're pregnant until 6 to 8 weeks.
Are you assuming that I'm a Trump supporter?
No, I don't know what you are going to ask you. I don't care. I'm just talking about your overall opinion about it.
All right, because I don't throw my hat in the political race. It's pointless.
Oh, but you seem to have such a strong opinion about women's bodies.
But what were you
talking? I take the George Carlin stance. If you put politicians into power and they mess everything up, you are responsible for putting them in there.
Okay, but what was the statement that you was going to say a sentence at first, about yeeting of the fetus again. Do you remember what you were going to say?
You're talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Brent.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were asking her.
No, you were trying to say something.
I derailed. That's the ADHD going.
You good? You're good. It happens. Okay, so we just gonna bring it back to topics now. We can leave the A-B thing alone But yeah. So like I said, I can't answer for the Caucasian community. That's not my place. I don't know what the heck they got going on over there. But you did say something interesting. That majority of women are not on that type of wave. So you think that people,
most of them are level-headed. I mean, Jazz here, she's level-headed. She's remained calm.
For now.
For now.
okay. Well, brother, I appreciate the conversation, man. I really don't have no problems with you. Appreciate you coming up, man. You have a blessed day.
You too, bud. Have a good one.
You too. All right.
I'm gonna step away for a second, by the way.
All right. I like that conversation. Right. I think that was very interesting. Usually when I get a Caucasian person and shit, I gotta activate the ancestors. That should be good idea. I never start the problems. Never start the problem. But yes, sir. Or ma'am. Or I don't know what you are. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what you are right now. Okay, sir. All right, got you.
Hey, bro.
What's up, man?
Hey, controversy.
What's going on?
Thanks for having me up. We answering the pop?
Yes.
Hell no.
Hell no what? Which one? The first part or the second part? Well, the second, that's just a question. You saying don't believe women?
Yes. Don't. One.
What about in general?
Generally do not believe anything until it proves itself to be true.
So
otherwise, you're basically just being what? You're having faith in someone else's nonsense.
But okay, so let me give an example. Based on all the cases that's reported, grape and SA, majority of those cases, 90% of those cases, were proven to be true. That the woman actually did experience. I'm talking about going through the legal system, going through the court system, all that. They were telling the truth about this, right? Only 10%. What? No, I'm sorry. It wasn't 90%. It was 98%. It was 98% that were proven to be true. Yes, only 10% of the cases. I'm talking about tried in court and tried on all that stuff, right? Only 2% came back alive. And they had to like go back and release some people and stuff like that. That was a lie. But 98% of the time, those cases were telling the truth. So women aren't out here just lying about being SA'd or raped.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, how do they check? They check it by
the whole court system,
sexual intercourse, right?
The whole court system, right? So blood samples.
Hey, but listen to controversial. She comes up and she's going, something happened to me, right? And it could be, someone's embarrassed about it and they come back. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on saying that it isn't what you're saying it is, but I'm saying the way that they evidence it in order to, pursue the legal court procedures is to have a medical examination with evidence, right? But that could have just been a good night out, couldn't it, too? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the 2% that got knocked off, right?
Yeah.
The 2% that got knocked off.
How do you knock them off? Exactly.
Yeah, so you could probably put those in the 2%, but 98% of the time, these have been proven that women went through this and they were telling the truth. We're gonna argue 2% to say that it's actually 10% or it's actually 15 or it's actually 50.
I'm saying that the legal definition of the act actually having occurred could also could present itself as just rough sexual something. It was somebody trying to cry wolf. If you know what I mean, the motivation is to get the guy hooked on something, then the child support, then you know what I mean.
No,
do you see what
I get. Yes, actually,
I'm trying to say something without saying something.
Actually, I get what you're saying, but we're gonna argue. I'm just saying, like, of 98%, we're gonna argue 2%, and we're gonna try to frame that 2% to actually be the it's probably more. That it was actually a really good time out, or there always has to be some type of speculation going on with it. Like, what are women really lying about out here? What are they lying about? So when I'm saying believe women, I'm not saying believe all women. What I'm saying is stop not believing them up front, because that's what we do. We silence their voice. Well, maybe not me and you. Actually, I don't know you. I can't speak for you, but maybe not me and you. Just to give you grace. But in a lot of times when a woman is sharing her story or even trying to get things proved, it's usually a man to be the first one to say that shit didn't happen. And even when we see it on camera, we come up with an excuse. Well, why did she stay? Why did she do this? Why did she do what was she wearing? Why did she wear? It's like, God damn it. It doesn't, she's wrong. She's wrong for being, she can't be wrong. She can't be right for being wrong. Or she can't be, she can't do anything right. Doesn't matter what she does.
Okay. So that example about believe a woman, I can't argue with you on that one. That's a losing battle for me, and I don't want to cast aspersions on, because I know as a man that basically came from a single parent household and was only my mama. So I'm not going to go and put that out there on them. Okay, but believe women. Let's take another scenario, right? He's the daddy. We put him on the child support, whatnot, and now he's paying. How many different cases are there of men being accused of being the father of a child that legitimate or illegitimate, that turns out to be some other man's child? And when the woman knows that this is 100% the case, and will let that man bring that child up to adulthood, only to find out that 3 of the 4 of them, or all of them, weren't his.
Well, so when it comes to a certain number, and again, I wish Jumbled was here. I saw that men were trying to bring up somewhere that it said 40% of paternity tests were proven to be fraud. That's what I saw. Does not mean 40. It does not mean exactly that 40% of women were lying. I would have to see that. I would have to see the correlation between that info. But Jazz, what were you trying to say?
Yeah, I would say they got to pick better. Number one. Number two, if you did not marry the mother of your children before you impregnated her, then yeah, you're gonna have to do a little bit more digging than most people. Okay. And in some cases, I can admit, men who are already married, it could also be a problem for you too, because in some states, like the state of Florida, if you're married to the mother, even if the children are not biologically yours, in the state of Florida, you are still legally obligated to take care of that child. You are still legally deemed the father of those children. Okay? So I wouldn't urge every man, whether you're married or not, to get a DNA test. I think it's fair.
Well, this was in 2010.
Anything, even for your own doctor's appointments, much less to prove that your children are yours and to legitimize any kind of financial obligation or physical confirmation of your children. So
can I add one thing in? Like, I feel like, let me not use I feel, because it's what I'm about to say is facts. A lot of the things that we complaining about are simple fixes. Go see if those children are your children. Like, it's like that. That's not hard to get a paternity test. It's like, what are we talking about? You don't want to get women pregnant, right? You don't want to have children outside of wedlock, or whatever term y'all want to use, wedlock, relationship, choose better, all that. Put on a condom. It's so easy for a lot of those things we can do as men. Just put the strap on, pinch the tip, right? So it has a 100% chance of not popping, instead of you just putting it on, and get your right size. If you know you're not a large, don't put on a goddamn large, nigga. If you know you a medium, put on a fucking medium. If you know you a small, put on a small. Like, so it won't pop, my guy. And don't be getting there doing nothing stupid. Do what you need to do. So, like, a lot of the things that we're complaining about as men are simple fixes, right? Now, this doesn't absolve women from not doing their part, but I'm saying, like, literally, all we got to do is put on rubber.
Controversial. The ball players, the NFL stars. Yeah, but what? You know that. Come on, dude.
Wait. What was the question? What's the question? I didn't hear the question.
So, football players, basketball players, men of well-to-do, especially BK men, they're targeted by this. They strap up, but what happens? There is a underlying, I don't know, connivingness, because the man is of worth. So then they will do something to the rubber. You can't say that it's the onus on the man.
Maybe they shouldn't be.
What are they doing to the rubber? Now I'm interested.
All right. How many ball players that my cousin's an ex-NFL's football star. How many of them come up and they're putting needles into the package?
How are they putting the needle into the condom?
You had a couple of Cavassiers and whatnot. Yeah, let me
Let me put
it on you. Yeah.
No. So wait, so you're letting the woman put so right in front of you, she somehow has a safety pin.
I'm saying that you can buy it
or her
and you put it on. You know what I mean?
No, she should not be putting on your condom. Simple fix, and that's less than 1% of cases with these NFL and athlete people. I'm talking about on a general basis, like the average man, average woman on a daily basis type thing. That all we have to do in general is put on a strap. So I think a lot of the onus, whether we like it or not, a lot of the onus is going to be on us. Like, it's not hard to not get a woman pregnant. It's when you when you finna get that hunchback. Not to joke, and I don't call women names, right? Throw the woman. I was gonna say throw the beat just to joke around with you, but then y'all gonna take it the wrong way. Throw the woman, throw her off you. If she's on top of you, right? If she's riding, and you finna blast off or go Super Saiyan like Goku, throw her. Get out! It doesn't. Get out! It's not a pregame. Get out of there, fam. Get the fuck out of there. It's not hard. You hitting it from the back. You about to get a hunchback. Get out. It's not like this stuff is like, come on, we act like we don't know when we about to release. She don't get pregnant by herself. I don't care if she got you in some kind of superposition where she trying to wrap you up or fold you like a pretzel. Get out. Y'all playing Twister? It's not hard to get up out of there. Really, it's really not. It ain't
around you and you can't get up.
Baby, hey, listen, I ain't gonna lie. Run into the wall. Boom, release. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm just playing. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm just playing. We can joke around sometimes, but seriously, like, get her off. It's like, come on.
But you see the lengths that they'll go to make any excuse to make it sound like they're trapped somehow. Like, y'all make the dumbest excuses about anything. And at the end of the day, you brought up ball players of all fucking people. If these men are as valuable as you claim, and they know the risk is that much higher than being taken advantage of, number one, they should stop sleeping with women that they don't know. That's number one. I would think that that's probably the very first thing that you would do, is to not be sleeping with randoms. Number two, to use protection and bring your own protection. Like, I don't get, those are the two things that would probably save them thousands of dollars a month. But no, those 30 seconds of pleasure, the 3 pumps of the golden juices was just so much more exciting than it was for you to just be fucking
okay.
smart.
Hold on, let's let some more people. So pause Vita for a second. We're gonna come back, but Miss let me click on you because I have no. Miss Monia. How you say your name, man? You gotta unmute your mic. All righty, we're gonna come down to Remarcus.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's up?
They say believe women. Why don't men on these apps practice empathy or sympathy? I don't believe just women. I believe in evidence. And if you can prove that something happened to you, then I'm gonna believe you more of the person that happened to the difference, right? I should still have, sympathy as much as I can show, but I'm gonna have more sympathy if you can prove it a little bit more, right?
You can have empathy or sympathy without proof being there. You do know that, right? I give several examples where you can practice empathy and sympathy without a paper work or evidence being shown.
Yeah, you can still have that, but I can have more if you can prove it.
So cool. So so when women do this stuff, right? I mean, when women go through these situations, right? When women go through these situations, the evidence has been overwhelmingly on their side that they are telling the truth. So if the evidence even aligns with them on essay and grade, what more do women have to do to show that they are living in hell? I'm sorry. Let me not go to the extreme. That a lot of them are going through these type of situations. What more can women do with the evidence aligned with them? What more can they show? Right? Because what's going on is that the evidence aligns with the women in these situations a lot of times, majority of the times, right? It's pointing them that they're telling the truth. But we find one case or a few cases here and there, or 10% where it is a lie. And we say we're going to focus on that 10% where these women are lying. But 90% of the times when women are doing this, when women are going through this, it's been proven to be true in the court of law. So what more do women have to go through to show us that we should believe them in general? That doesn't mean every woman out here telling the truth, but the statement "believe women" just means stop not believing them before they even get a chance to prove themselves. Because what we do is we silence women. Woman comes out and say she was raped, we're gonna be like, that didn't happen, or why were you there? If we see her get her ass whooped on camera, we still gonna be like, well, why she didn't leave? It doesn't make any sense. Well, I don't know what women have to do as a whole anymore.
Again, you know what I'm saying? I feel that the first thing we should do is try to comfort her and everything like that. Because if she has been through that situation, she needs to be comforted. But the questions need to follow after that. You know what I'm saying? The questions and evidence need to follow right after that.
So it also, what I'm saying, in the woman's cases, right? Majority of the time, the evidence backs up women. It always backs up women. That's what I'm saying. What more do women have to? If the evidence right now is always backing up women, then why are we still saying don't believe women? They lie.
Because we shouldn't just believe women. We should believe the evidence.
All right. So if the evidence keeps, again, I'm gonna ask this one more time. If the evidence keeps pointing that the women are telling the truth, majority of the time, 98% of the time, what now?
Because the 2% is important.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. The 2% is not important. Fuck the 2%. What are you talking about?
I was spending my life.
There's not many men that have done it.
Like 40 years for people lying.
That's not that important.
Not important.
That's important. It's not, right? It is not that important.
So you think that people that are innocent should go to jail?
I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, right, that 98% of these women are telling the truth, or of these cases have been proven to be true. It does not mean that, hey, that some women ain't out here lying on a man and the man getting in trouble. I'm saying I cannot frame it, right? I am not going to frame it to be like, this is what's happening to men right here, is that all these women are fucking lying. No, the 98%, the majority is more important. You know, I'll give you this. When there is a problem, do you start with the biggest problem, or you start with the smallest?
You start with the biggest.
Say that one more time.
You start with the biggest problem.
So thank you. So focus on the 98% that's telling the truth. That 98% of the time when women are saying this, they're telling the truth.
But they still have to come with the evidence.
You just said focus on the biggest thing. So we flipping it.
They still have to provide the evidence.
They do. They are. But that's what I'm saying. They are. They are. That's the problem. They are. They are providing the evidence.
Believed if they can provide the evidence. They should be believed. And if that's not happening, we have to correct it.
Even when they provide the evidence, we still scrutinize. I'm not going to say most men. I'm not going to say most women. I'm not going to do that. But they still are under scrutiny. Cassie's still getting talked about. Even when it comes out that she was true, or what she just brought a black man down, or they just want to bring them. Fam, a woman has to get the evidence, come out with her story, get shunned. First, before she even goes out and explains her story, right? She gets shunned for even opening up her damn mouth. Then she has to go to court to prove it. Even in court, she's getting shunned, she's getting dragged. Even when it's proven that she went through all these things and that man's gonna go to jail, she's still wrong for opening her mouth up in the first place. So I don't understand. I'm trying to understand what more can women do as an entity, as a monolith, whatever. To where we gonna
provide the evidence.
They already been doing that. They already been doing it, fam. They already been doing it. They're still doing that.
And they can do it a little bit sooner than 10 years ago.
You don't think, whoa, hold on, Tom. You don't think that a lot of these women were trying to speak out against these things and nobody came to speak on them or listen to them?
They obviously didn't do a lawsuit or
and what cases are you talking about? I'm not talking about 1% of cases where these women are trying to extort men for money or they went through so much like a freaking Diddy or something like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in general. Women do be fouling. Matter of fact, when these women, before they even take a man to court or something, they go file a restraining order. Did you know that when women file a restraining order, they die faster? Did you know that her chances of being hurt goes up 50% more? Did you read that? Even when they take the steps to preserve their life and get out of a situation, their chances of dying increase. That's not me. That's statistics. I didn't say it.
Protecting those women.
Who? You said who?
I said we should do a better job in protecting those women.
Yeah, we should. Problem
is, they got to bring up the evidence. They can't just do these things where they're like, oh, I still want to protect the guy and all that stuff. They have to start filing claims on these guys if they're doing this stuff. Now, we can't. The thing is, if we're talking from that perspective, we have to hold those women accountable and tell them to start pressing charges on these guys. Stop protecting these guys that are hurting you.
What do you think? Okay. All right. All right. We'll come back to you. Go ahead, Kirby. Miss Kirby. Miss Kirby, the fashionista. All right, so we have two people that are sleep. Well, we're gonna try Miss, what's her name again? Miss Monia. All right, so we're gonna drop these two, and then we're gonna try to bring them back. Hold on, wait a minute. Oh, my bad. I must have went. Oh, you came up on accident. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. That is all good. That's all good. Right. So, Charles, what are you doing here? Charles, what are you doing here, bro? What is Charles Brooks doing here, bro? Oh man. Now you good, fam. You good, bro. I don't feel like dealing with that today. All right. Because I don't know how you're gonna act. I don't know how you're gonna act. I don't even want to give you the I don't even give you. No, I don't provide coaching. I have nothing to sell nobody. I don't have a book. I don't have anything. I don't have a course. I don't have nothing. I'm broke. All right. I have nothing. Okay. She took everything. No, I'm just playing. No, seriously, I don't have anything to sell. My Cash App not even up. So y'all tap the screen, share live. Let's come back to you. You don't have an honest woman either. What do you mean by honest woman? I'm married. But what do you mean by honest woman? What you mean by that?
In the chat, is that
okay? You said what?
In the chat, was that okay?
Oh, you good. Yeah, so I don't have any kids either. See again, y'all come in projecting. I don't have any kids. I've never had kids outside of wedlock. If I have kids, it's gonna be born in the union. So what are you talking about? And again, you know what's crazy? I haven't even said anything crazy about black men. Y'all know I have not took it to hell. I have not said that you're a conquered race of men. I have not done nothing like that. I've been chill. This ain't even the spicy shit. I ain't said none. I haven't even said bussy popping. That you niggas be bussy popping on panels. I haven't even said that yet. Y'all know y'all be bussy popping with men on panels, crying about a woman that you're not fucking. God, please forgive me, because I have not done that. I've been good. And I'm just literally talking about the topic. This has nothing to do with black men. And they still coming in crying about a woman or about the conversation. It don't matter what I do. I told you, niggas ain't never satisfied. Niggas ain't never satisfied.
There's a very special guest in the queue.
Who? Oh, Charles. Oh my God. Now I'm good on that, fam. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm good on that, Charles, but I don't want to talk to you. We had a conversation on the phone, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know your perspective. I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? You got your Ethiopian wife. I'm happy for you. I want you to you know, continue to succeed in life and whatever you put your mind to. But I don't think you want to be over here because I don't know how you're gonna act. Oh my God.
So controversial. Can I ask you a question, though?
Yes, sir, you sure can.
We're saying 98% of the court cases filed.
Yeah, on grape and SA.
Okay. This is 98% of the cases where there is physical evidence to prove so.
Everything backed up by the court. They had to go through the court system to get this proven.
All right. That's one for one. That's one for one. I mean, that's a good thing.
What's the but?
But how many times are the ones that they did not have anything and it turned out that they were just, and it didn't even get to court because there wasn't enough evidence, and where it turned out that, you know, she would just be lying?
I don't have those numbers.
See, you got 98% of possibly 100,000 cases, no, 10,000 cases a year. We're saying possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Not trying to minuscule the number, but that's 98% of things where there's evidence, everything, and we know. So
if it didn't make it to trial, it just probably wasn't enough evidence. I mean, not trial. If it didn't make it to the court, it probably just wasn't enough evidence.
Okay. So this is where Rama was saying is that if there is not enough evidence, should we just believe him just because?
Yes, in general, what I'm
because we only believe him when there's enough evidence that if it went to court, there'd be something. You know what I mean?
Because you can believe a woman.
Those tears don't move me.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Women tell dudes they father. Women tell dudes they the father when they're not, and black men still call themselves alphas and leaders, but you're a conquered race of men. So please stop. Like that. Listen, you don't want me to go to hell, right? You don't want me to take it there. Then stop saying stupid stuff in my comments, right? Like I'm trying to be chill, bro. For real, bro. I ain't even trying to be on no Uncle Tom, cooning. But y'all keep going to some stupid shit and keep saying dumb stuff. And I'm over here trying to have a chill conversation. Don't make me go stupid. Anyway.
And again, I'm not even saying the majority of women are lying. Of course they're not. But I'm saying that, again, the first things first is before anything's said and done, we need to see what's your story, what evidence do you have to provide that this has happened, and what's the best way that we can protect you.
If a woman comes, if you're having a conversation, because this can't even, we can take this however way you want to go. In the conversations that men, I know you don't trust the female, my guy. You still call them females, no wonder. Now, with that being said, even the conversations online. When I say practice empathy and sympathy, you can do that online and you can do that in real life. But we're not doing that because we want to get evidence, proof, and all this stuff. But you don't even put yourself in their shoes. If you saw if a lot of people see a woman running down the street saying, "Help me," right? This happened to me. Or a woman tries to bring a story on the web to explain her situation because she didn't try reaching out to her family. She didn't show the receipts that she went here. Matter of fact, I'll give you a good example.
Why is she on the internet?
I'll give you a good example. Well, why are men on the internet crying about a woman they not fucking? Like, well, no, I'm just saying. You say why there's a lot of reasons, but talking about there's a lot of men, right, crying and acting like that they were victims of DV on here. A nigga, a victim of DV, right? Yeah, it's a lot of men. I don't see no proof. I don't see no proof. Yeah, I don't see. Okay, cool. I don't see. You see how I just made that smirk? You see how I just made that smirk? Obviously, there's men that go through DV. Now, when a woman says she went through this at the hands of a man, what do niggas do? They do this face right here.
No, they
yes,
don't.
the fuck, yes, yes, we do. Yes, we do. We do that all the time. If a woman,
controversial,
I'm
you
lit.
said the rule of law, the popo affect the rule of law. As soon as she complaining, she can literally scratch up and down her arms, and you going to jail straight away.
What are you talking? I didn't say anything like that. What do you mean? What do you mean? I said that? How did when did I say that?
Like something
is taken very seriously.
You said what? Say that one more time.
I think women being abused is taken very seriously.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not taken.
100%.
No, it is not taken. It's taken. It is not taken serious.
You were laughing at
it is not taken. Who was? Wait, who was? I'm sorry. Pause. Hold up, Remarcus, quiet for a second. What did you say, V-Dub?
I was saying, you just said just now when men are being DV'd, you're like, yeah, can a man be DV'd? You said
exactly. I was proving a point. V-Dub. I did that on purpose. It was to flip the script to show you that this is what we do. Obviously, a man can end up in DV, but we got black men that have came out on these apps to say that they were great by their freaking uncle, to say that they were great by a pastor. What a shame! Like, what are you talking about? What you mean it ain't the same? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about that teacher, your music teacher. You know, Mrs. Vanelli.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about to say, like, wait, what?
What are you talking about, brother? Okay, so let me hold on. That was a little too far, but you brought up, the pastor and the uncle. I'm saying there are men experiencing DV, right? Where they're being sexually abused, not directly in a particular way. No, dudes are getting basically tied up and whatnot. I'm telling you. And then that's the whole thing, but they'll never say another word.
They getting tied up? What do you mean?
What are you talking about, brother?
Yeah, because I'm confused.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is where
I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say, fam. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Okay, let's just rewind that back. I'll let that
Please, rewind, fast forward, pause, press play.
In a DV situation where it is the opposite, where it's the women attacking the men, right?
Yes.
When the authorities are called, they're not very likely to believe that man. But if it was the opposite, in more than 90-something cases, they're more likely to think that something happened, and all she has to be is either crying, screaming, or say, "Oh, look at my arm," or to shovel herself. That's what happens.
Do you think women are taken serious when they is that what you're trying to say? Women are taken serious when they go in DV?
I'm gonna be honest.
Because they're damn sure not taken serious by the conversation that we're having at all, right? We don't believe because then we're going to deflect. We're going to deflect every time. What we're going to say is, why were you there? You put yourself in that situation. If a woman gets great, let's say she went out to the club, she was trying to go out to a party, she's walking down the alley. What were you wearing? We got dudes on here, like I said, an ugly ass nigga with dreads, looking like a damn skeleton. A literal skeleton, an ugly ass nigga with dreads, talking about great equals clothing. What are we talking about? We got dudes that literally say clothing equals great. How sick in the mind as a black person do you have to be to say that, right? We're always going to find some reason that this happened. When a woman's a victim, it has to be a reason. It can't just be she was the victim. That it should never happen before. We got to find out, well, why were you there? What were you wearing? What were you doing?
There's no justification for that.
But do you go into the?
Then why do we ask the
Do
question?
you go into a lion's cage at the zoo with the?
Oh
with
my
the
God!
meat
Wow,
hanging?
fam.
I'm just saying.
Do I go into
brother,
a what?
Do you see what I mean?
No.
You go into the lion's cage thinking like a piece of meat. You do.
I can
Wow.
answer this one for
Wow.
you, right?
Wow.
Sorry, bro. I'm trying to.
I can answer this one for you, V-Dub, right? So my thing is, right, if you
Wow.
walk down the street, right, and you have a chain on, right, and you go to the hood, right, there are people that need money.
I'm from the hood.
There are people that need money, and there are people that are gonna demand they steal from you. Now, when a woman walks down to the hood, there is no need to have cootie cat. There's no need for that. You don't need that.
What is the hood? What does the hood have to do with anything?
No, I'm basically saying, like, what he's saying is that like, you walking down like a piece of meat. You need to eat. You need to eat, but there's no need to have that. You don't have to have that.
Okay.
What?
In the lion's cage in the first place.
Just for a second.
If you're a dog, you walk outside.
What the hell is going on, bro?
Like,
What the hell is going on?
give me a fucking migraine, okay? So I'm gonna just help here.
What the fuck is
What
going on?
Remarcus is trying to say is, who are out here raping women, completely unprovoked, whatever, they're doing it out of a necessity. This is a really bad analogy, Remarcus, but I understand where you're coming from. He was saying that rob men have the necessity of the lack of money, which is why they rob people. And he was comparing the two, just really bad delivery, but I get it. Yeah. Let's try something else here.
Yeah, so like I said, yeah. So what were we talking about? Oh, so believe women. I'm just saying the history is on women's side. The proof is on women's side. And most harm in this world has came through the hands of a man. It's not a woman. So I don't understand why we keep trying to undermine like what women are going through. Well, I only if she do this and only if she do that. But then when women are doing these things, right? That's the proof is on their side that this is happening. The least you can do is have empathy and sympathy for a woman when she comes up to you, trusting you with a story. It doesn't mean you have to act on what she's saying, but you can at least believe her. And then if you want to ask questions later, cool. Well, have you done it? If you want to assist, okay, well, let's go down to the police department, right? Let's go file this. Hey, what did this happen at? Let me write notes. We're not doing that shit. We're not doing that shit. Let's stop the bullshit. We don't even protect. Well, you know what? I don't want to throw black men.
I'm gonna be honest. We don't do a good job of that because we don't do a good job of paying attention to other people. We gotta be more nosy. I'm gonna be honest.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say be more nosy. No. But here's my thing, bro. Based on the conversations that a lot of us have, like this is a punkish man generation, because we literally have dudes, and I'm talking about online rhetoric, people. It's not just goddamn real. I'm talking about the spaces that men are having these conversations in, right? So a lot of punks, a whole lot of cowards. These niggas say, like, if I see something happening to a woman, I got to get back home.
Okay.
So you're not gonna do. So you're not gonna.
What's the 10 Black Commandments? What's one of the ones? Mind your business. Is that not one of the 10 Black?
I don't listen to Black Commandments.
So that's why everybody getting hurt right now, because you want to mind your business.
That's why the Black community fucked up, because niggas don't have no balls no more.
That's why kids.
You scared. Hey, you know what? You saying that statement right there? Okay, he asking the question, so let me not harp on him. But that's the problem with our community, right? Because this is why nothing will change, because you're afraid to die for it. You're afraid to die for it as Black men, and I'm only starting with the leaders now, because that's what you call yourselves, right? You're afraid to die for it. That's why nothing will get done. That's why drugs won't completely remove. That's why gang banging won't completely go away. That's why nothing will ever change, because you're afraid to die. You got to get back home though. You comfortable because you're afraid.
That's that
Because you're afraid to die. So, and because people got pews now, right? You're afraid to get active with men around you in your community that's effing up the community, or afraid to take a stand against anything. And only time you unite is at a damn funeral or something major happened on national George Floyd. You unite for 1 second and then you disperse again. Can't
unite over stupid shit.
You say what?
Unite over stupid shit.
Like what?
Like, I'm gonna be honest. It started off as a nice sentiment, but we lost what was there for. We lost the whole meaning when we start rioting and all that shit.
What are you talking? That was opportunist in the. You talking about BLM?
Not BLM.
Then what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the rioters that went into Target and all those other fucking places.
What are you talking? What Target? Like at what time? What are you referring to though?
I'm talking about the height of the George Floyd riots.
Again, nigga, they're not just so BLM, but that the sentiment, right? BLM stands, not the organizer. We don't got to talk about the organization, but I'm talking about it was proven that there was opportunists in the mix, right? That were doing those things. It wasn't black folks. There was some black. There was some black folks. There was some black folks, but it wasn't majority like black folks doing rioting and stuff like that. There were opportunists in there. So like we got to stop with the BS, bro. Have we not learned history, fam? That there's always going to be a snake in the mix. How you think Malcolm? Never mind. Nah, that's too deep. I don't want to go there. Aura, how you say your name, man?
Aura.
Say it one more time. Aura. Okay, like aura. Okay,
yeah, that's the word.
Got you.
Okay. So I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the things that the VDub and Remarcus or whatever have been saying have been very, very harmful. They've been rooted in absolute BS. I don't know what child support has to do with a woman being raped.
Wait, talk about who said something about child support?
VDub, he's been saying.
Ain't nobody. Wait, Jazz, you heard that? Child support?
Excuse me.
He tried to correlate child support and rape. Now he's saying, VDub, can you explain to us, please?
Did I miss that, fam?
You must have missed it.
No, I don't think. I'm not sure. I don't think it was VDub. It was a guy that was a friend earlier when he said a guy shouldn't have to pay child support.
Yeah, I don't think that was him, man. I don't think that was him.
No, it was him because I added him in the comments and I was like, what's that got to do with child support? And then he started talking about money. He started saying that if that the case keeps the money going in with the child support or something like that. VDub.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't. I listen. I was lost in the sauce, but go ahead. Go ahead.
But yeah, like that's what I don't know what that's got to do with anything. Another thing that we know 100% with grapes is that the majority aren't reported. It is not because the person who was raped is trying to protect their rapist. It's actually due to safety issues. When it comes to things like domestic violence, DV. Sorry, let me not say that. When it comes to things like DV, it takes at least three different reports for it to actually be taken seriously. By the first report, you are completely exposed because now your abuser knows that you reported them, and your the risk is higher, like way higher, right? Sorry, I've been researching this at the same time they've been talking because they've been saying a lot of stuff that just doesn't really make any sense, and I thought it was common sense, but apparently that's not too common. Also, with the prison system, when it comes to grapes, the majority will not face any type of prosecution. It will not happen. Reported by rape, because I've got it right in front of me. Out of every 1,000 essays, 975 perpetrators will walk free. 975. That means 25 will actually make it to jail. 25 out of that 1,000. And then you ask yourself why women don't report. When they they turn on, their phones or whatever, and they research, oh, what's the likelihood of my abuser going to jail? And they see that it's 25 out of 1,000. How do you then expect a woman to be like, okay, yeah, sure, let me go off to the police station. They're definitely going to believe me, because this proves that we aren't believed.
Where
These
you
statistics prove that we aren't believed.
where you reading this from, just to give clarification? Because
So I've got rain.org. I'm gonna give you the rest. Rain, RAINN.
You don't have to give me a list. That's all I need. You don't have to give me a list. That's all I need. Just that one. Because you got, see, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all do know that the men are proving my points in the comments, because they literally saying that they won't believe her anything that come out her lips. So say the site one more time.
Rain.org, RAINN.org, and this is based on the United States, not the UK.
So listen to this. Y'all see how she just gave a site and source. So all you guys saying you won't believe her, will you believe the source? And then now he's saying Rain is not a credible. So Lord have mercy, bro.
Well, no, I won't believe the source because I looked it up.
You won't believe the source?
87% of domestic violence cases end up in a conviction.
Where did you get that? Because I think I said sexual assault. So
she said that.
So sexual assault, I didn't do that, but 87% of domestic violence cases go to conviction.
Or can you attest?
Per the U.S. Department of Justice.
Yes, and it takes how many times before that happens on an average?
I want more information after what I just gave you. I just said 87%.
I know what she said.
Domestic violence cases go to the conviction.
Okay, so she said SA, right? You said SA or DV, ma'am?
No, I said SA. Now, if he wants to go to domestic violence, that's completely fine. How many reports does it take before it gets to that point, on an average?
But if she referring to the SA, like, why did we not talking about DV? So if you go read the Rain source, right?
But the Rain source is taken from 1998. This is old data.
So the one that I've got in front of me is taken from 2017. And since then it's actually increased.
That's fairly recent. 2017, that's
I'm looking at the website and I get in the back.
So am I.
Looking at the
that's fairly recent, 2017.
Love it, Laura.
Mine was pulled from 2019.
So, yours is from 2019, so his is even more recent.
Yes.
13.
You don't actually have to look at a case from 1998, cases from 1998. What you can do when you're researching is put the year that we're in at the moment, and it will give you the most recent reports.
And I used
machine learning algorithms, ma'am, and created Sainsbury's Bank. That is, yeah.
What's that got to do with algorithms?
All right, let's look at Rain.
So looking at a website.
Rain.org.
Just go on rain.org.
Rain.org. SA.
So this statistic is supposed to show that what exactly, or because I'm not getting what you're playing.
So I did explain it whilst I was actually talking.
I'm asking again, please do.
Would you like me to explain it one more time for you? Is that what you're asking? Okay, perfect. Okay, so you guys are saying, so the point that I had actually, which is what made me research this, is that most women don't report. Most women don't report because they're trying to protect their abuser, and I believe it was actually UVW that said that that it was because that woman didn't want to get their abuser in trouble or stuff like that. What I'm saying is that actually that's not true. The reasons that victims choose not to report, actually, which yes, we all know is the vast majority of cases. So the vast majority of people who are great, who are SA, who do go through DV, don't actually report. And it's due to safety issues. So we've got things like if they've got children in the house, it exposes them too much. That's when I tied it back to DV, which I think that's where Remark has got the DV thing from. I tied it back to DV and I said that it takes at least 3 times for anything to be enacted on somebody who reports their DV. Right? The first time that it's been reported, the person is exposed. Their risk level goes up. Because now their abuser knows that they have been reported by them. Because we all know that rape, DV, and all of this, these are not crimes of opportunity. These are crimes of people who seek control. They seek to be dominant. It's got nothing to do with opportunities. Because we know that the majority of victims are actually young girls and young boys under the age of 18.
What's the title? What's the title of the study?
I can find that for you actually. Sorry, this is just from my knowledge, just because I've been talking about this for years. So
I'm talking about the rain.org thing.
Rain.org. Okay.
What's the title?
Sorry, just give me a minute because I went back. Sorry, you're just gonna have to give me a minute because I went back to look at something else.
Cool. Whenever you find it, let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and let who is this? Ma'am, how you say your name? AJ? Asia, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and sorry for my voice. I'm from Philly and the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and my voice is shot right now, yo.
Y'all gotta thank H-Town. You gotta thank the quarterback. He from here. Appreciate you. Thank y'all. I was just like, go ahead.
But first I want to just point, like, I really appreciate this kind of panel because bro been talking so crazy and y'all are giving them so much grace. It is beautiful and gracious of y'all. Jazz, I see your face that you are done, but I appreciate y'all. But my thing is I don't be doing the research, like, on the computer. I literally live. I have a mom, sisters, nieces, friends, and out of 10 of us have been essayed. Out of 10 of us,
I'm sorry.
Out of 10 of us, 7 have been in some kind of domestic violence, some DV situation where it could have been either or, them or the the woman or the man, but they've been involved in it. I don't have to get on the computer and tell me nothing. I know that men speak from a place, y'all don't date men. So you don't know how a man is in that space. Like, think of never having to deal with a man in a space like I don't play sports with men. If I played sports, and it's like men, if you have a friend and you play sports with him, but you have another friend and y'all just do sport betting, your aggression and stuff is different for the guy that you're actually on a field with, jaying up with, playing a game with, rather than you sitting with your friend talking business. You've never been in a position where you wanted to get the thing in between your friend's legs. So how can you keep telling people, and they use the example of the lion walking in a den and if it's meat, and it's like, so you think you're entitled to things that are not yours, things you won't even try to respect to get. I'm a woman and men in my family have tried to get the thing in between my legs. I don't want y'all to keep telling other women what they've been through. Like with no games being played. I am so sick of men telling me what other men do. Unless y'all are admitting that y'all date men on the comm, I don't want to keep hearing y'all telling me what men do when they want something and you won't give it to them. They will take it from you. They will pin you to the ground and take it from you. And I've reported a crime of SA before. I moved to New York with my dad, and I thought I was starting a new life. And I went up there and I met a guy, and he was so nice, and he love bombed me, and he told me to meet him where he was, and I went over there and he SA'd me. I went to the police station. He had a real distinct scar on his face, and I told them about him. And I told them, and they said, okay, we'll get him, whatever. He was going. My dad physically got him before the police got him because he was in the same place for 2 days without them doing anything. And then when they finally got him, you know what they said? He's been on a spree for the last 2 years. Where he stays is a block away from the police station. They do not care if women keep getting hurt. It is just numbers on a board. It does not matter. And then when he got arrested, when I had to come in and point him in the line out and do all of this stuff, they told me, I told them that I fought him off of me. They told me he didn't have physical wounds of me fighting him off of me. They told me that to me. What does that even matter? I'm a girl. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe his skin is tough. Why is that a part that you had to let me know that even though you just told me it's about 5 other girls that he's victimized in the past 2 years, you still had to, as a woman, let me know. Well, if you was fighting him for real, why wasn't he bleeding, or why doesn't he have any scars? It's disgusting how they treat women.
So, how would you convict a man if he was accused of that act? Just off of verbal knowledge?
Uh-huh.
You would say, okay, that guy did it, so let's arrest him and lock him up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because what? You don't know me and you put me on the ground and you took something that wasn't yours?
Why'd you turn up to his place?
Because we were
Let's search him. Let's not get away with this. I'm so sorry that happened.
Everybody, wait a second. You shut the fuck up, Vito. Tonight I'm pissing off.
You ask that dumb question,
How
right?
about we start this over? The better thing would have been to first say.
My bad, shit.
Yeah, it fucking makes sense. People like you need to be put the fuck away. Okay? Let's try it again. Are we gonna try?
Hold on, wait, talk about. Hold on. Hold on. I got a question. Ma'am, how you said your name was Asia?
It's Asia. It's like the continent.
Okay, cool. So
yes.
You said that you met him. You met him at his place.
So when I initially met him first, I worked at Box Dogs. He came to my job. He was with friends. They were shopping.
No, I'm talking about when you met up.
Yeah. He told me an address and told me we were going out on a date. That's where we were going. So it was to his place, and then we were going out. When I got to the place, it was a beat down motel.
Got
So again, I just moved to my dad's. I've known him. He met my stepmom.
Got you. We good. Stay right there. Stay right there. Don't even say nothing else. Vita, what was the purpose of your question?
Thank you. It's my question.
No. I still want to know.
That happened to you, right? Sorry that happened to you in the first instance, as we was trying to say before Jazz got me on that. But if I put myself in a lion's cage and I get bit, without researching whether lions have teeth and yada, 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 it doesn't matter where I met the lion or saw Simba on the Cartoon Network. I'm gonna get bit.
Pause, Scuba. Hold on.
So, in this instance, this woman, this lovely lady, this has happened, right? It is not good. He was not right. Put him under the jail. But if you're gonna talk to somebody and expect they're gonna be like your brother or somebody else and just wish for good graces, no, you're putting yourself in harm's way. I'm not gonna walk outside. I'm not gonna walk in traffic and expect not to get hit.
With a man.
Pause. Asia, just.
I'm sorry.
Just hold it in for 1 second. Go ahead, brother. Keep going.
What I'm trying to say is, what is happening is wrong. That's 100%. I'm sorry it happened to you. But if you put yourself for example, if you went to the penitentiary when there's a group of men who haven't seen something you don't know whether it was from Adam. When you met him the first time, he could have just been out of the pen and you met him with his friends. Now he's in, and you said it straight up. You went to, and you was down the road from the police station. So you got a cab where you drove there. You put it in Uber. That didn't come up. Didn't ring any bells. What time of day was it? Do you have anything on you to protect yourself? Did you tell your brother?
Why would why would the police station ring any bells? Like,
I mean, if somebody living too close to a police station, so, come on.
What the hell? Wait, what? What? Pause? What? Nigga, there's so many. I'm sorry, not nigga. Let me stop saying. There are so many.
I live in an affluent neighborhood. If you live next to a police station, there's something going on. I'm just saying.
How, bro? There's many. What are you talking about? If you stay in an apartment, bro, a lot of apartments are literally like right next to what are you talking? Like over in Houston, there's apartments. There's very nice apartments, beautiful apartments, but they have a police station right next. They have a subway. They have a whole strip center. What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense.
All right. So let me ask you something controversial. Now you're just gonna go see some guy about a business deal. You met him when you were like in the city. You were at Starbucks. He's like, yeah. I got this. I got the tools at my house. Why don't you come over? Da. And it's at night, and you don't know the guy, and you're turning up to apartments. And no, come on. Even a man wouldn't turn up to that.
was in the
And
middle of the
I
day.
just met him, and I'm just not. Something
It was the middle of the day.
Person long enough to be making that kind of a move with them.
It was the middle of the day. The first time I ever met him outside of my job, because then he came to my job and saw me a few times physically. Then he wanted to take me out.
Asia, you don't have to. Asia, this
No,
is.
but I want him to understand, because that's the thing.
You don't have
too.
to explain.
They think it's like a flick of the wrist. It's not.
You don't have to explain yourself.
I'm a very vigilant woman. I'm not about to let people play with me. So he asked me on a date before that, and I said, no, I think you should meet my people. He met my stepmom. He came to the house. He came to my house, met my stepmom, shook her hand. Your daughter is so beautiful. I want to take her out. She wanted me to make sure that we were comfortable. He had a whole thing, because again, you've never been on the other side of a man trying to date you, a man trying to get you. He will put on a whole nother person. He was a whole nother person when he shook the woman whose house I was staying in. But when we were going to go on a date, it was the middle of the day, and my stepmom and my dad knew exactly where I was. That's why when it happened, they came right where I was. I didn't even have to send them my address again, because I told them where I was going from the jump. I told them, because you want to know why? Because men are dangerous, and we do have to have backup plans, and we do have to keep because you really just said it's like walking into traffic in a car. So a man has a car? Like,
Pause.
Just a ton.
I just got one question. So, Vito, what's the fastest you ever got a girl over to your house? I'm sorry, a woman.
Me personally?
Yeah.
That's just not all right, bro.
Wait, pause. No, everybody mute. Everybody mute. I knocked the camera down for YouTube. My bad, y'all.
I was born in church. I played the saxophone every Saturday.
Time out. Yeah, I got you. What is the fastest you ever got a woman to come over to your house?
A few hours. That's not me. I'm just saying.
No, just let that marinate. Let that marinate. I don't even gotta say nothing. Y'all gonna walk yourself into a back wall every time. Try to tell, and I ain't even clowning. I'm just telling you, you shouldn't do that. But yet, all of us probably have a story of a woman trusting us, and she just didn't get great though. What made you different between him and her? You still just as bad as you. She trusted you. She trusted you, but you ain't grape her. She trusted this, and matter of fact, in your situation, you didn't grape her. But in this situation, the nigga that met her 1,000 times came over to put on a whole different mask, and finally, she goes out to try to meet him, gets taken advantage of, fam. But you literally just said women shouldn't do this, that, and the third. But you doing the exact same thing Buddy did, but just didn't grape her. We the biggest hypocrites. We do the same. There is no difference between the good man and the bad man. Because all of us have been bad. You may not have graped someone, but come on, you got a woman over in 3 hours. So women shouldn't trust men? Is that I don't mind saying it. As a man, fuck it. I'll go there. Y'all know me. I don't give a damn. Y'all can call me there, just whatever. But I'm just letting y'all walk y'all self into a hole every time. And I'm not even up here trying to I'm just saying you got to start realize what you're saying before you say it. Because then when we ask you did the exact same thing. You was worse than him. 3 hours?
I didn't do. Oh, come on, bro. You're saying that I didn't do nothing.
3 hours, bro. You just tried to preach that women, that she should have waited. That you got to do all this to establish trust and blah, 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 blah. But yet a woman trusted you.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you a question? I can tell you how I did that. It was from church. We were in church.
What do you mean?
Why you saxophone for years?
What that mean?
She was over in 3 hours.
What that mean?
Because you have to establish
wait,
core.
Are you Christian?
In the church.
Are you Christian?
In the church. My grandmother said, "You do not go to a man's house." She told it. My little sister.
Are you Christ-like? Are you a Christian?
Yes,
Are you married?
I was married.
Okay, no mind. I ain't gonna say no. Yeah, but still, like, you got a woman over in 3 hours, right? This woman had established some type of trust. She really trusted. She really
I'm
trusted.
not saying it's good, bro. It's the worst.
But you
thing
said that she has to question these things, and she did all that. She vetted, right? Whether your vetting is 2 weeks and another person's vetting is 6 months, the trust was established. The point is, people wear masks. I don't listen, women. I know y'all gonna feel mad at what I'm saying. You don't got no fucking intuition. I don't want to hear that shit. Stop thinking that. Jazz, you can challenge me on that later. You don't have no intuition, in my honest opinion. There is only so much vetting and intuition that you think you can do. I mean, that you think you have. Your gut feeling and all that shit. You don't know until you find out, goddamn me. You can't, I think he cheating, but you don't fucking know. You don't fucking know. You don't know if that nigga good or trash. You don't know. Because niggas wear masks. And a lot of women have gotten finessed by some men who put on a mask thinking that, making y'all believe that he's a good man, Savannah. And then he ends up being a demon, literally, fully manifested in flesh, right? So that's why I don't believe in it. Women need to vet better. Man, goddamn it. We so evil as men, bro. Can we just be honest? We so good that a woman's best vetting, she'll still get finesse, fam. Let's stop the bullshit. It has been men that has waited 3 years to have intercourse with a woman. They'll marry the woman and then get the box and then divorce her ass right then and there, fam. I've seen it. There have been guys that have done this because she's so damn fine in his opinion. And they waited out. They put on this whole facade, fam. Get what they want, get the fuck out of there. Or keep her around, or keep the woman around, right? Until another woman come in so I can go to a spot holder. You know, goddamn. Let's stop. Can we stop the book? These women are getting finesse, fam, majority of the time. So there's only so much betting a woman can do. To say that she needs to establish all this and establish all that, even when they try to do it, right? They still get, I can't say that word.
That's the
all right, not to pander.
Get a ring. What ring? A ring. There are protections. There are protections in place on marriage, but that don't save her from being divorced. That don't save her from not being a single mother as well. Like, let's stop the cap. The divorce rates are high.
Not to pander, but
not to pander.
It's a lot of things that we do as men.
Marcus, 1 second. Something out as well as something that V-Dub said earlier. Is this not the guy? People in the comments, please put a clown face in the comments if you heard him say the same thing. He also was going to the end of the earth to prove that women are just as dangerous as men when it comes to DV, right? Right? But yet he had this couple come over within 3 hours. She could have robbed him blind.
It's from church, madam. She was from church. She was the head deaconess.
So somebody started smelling a unalive body somewhere. Weeks later, he could have got trying to be a player, right? But we just dangerous men, though. You clearly did not have the same fear in your heart about a woman coming to your place with 0 time to get to know her as opposed to a woman would.
Jazz, feel free to bring up 2 more people. I'll be right back. Y'all hold it down. Y'all continue the conversation.
Man, well, we have to also be honest, right? If we as men, we do have like stuff that we do that if a woman did to us, we would immediately chastise and call it evil. So it's like we gotta keep ourselves accountable for that. We can't be like all women are good too, but shit, we gotta take accountability on this shit.
All right. I would like to ask everybody, if that's the case, marriage is the end goal, right? And why is it that over 70% of marriages are initiated by women? And it's not because of DV, it's because of irreconcilable differences.
Irreconcilable differences is not an
Asia.
I talk about this all the time. You have an echo, Amanda. Irreconcilable differences is not a reason. It's an umbrella of reasons that people have. And the top three, if you search the statistics, the top three reasons is infidelity, DV, and finances. Those are the three reasons, not irreconcilable differences. Irreconcilable differences is an umbrella term if they're having one or all of those issues going on. It does not define a specific thing. It literally doesn't.
That's fine. I can agree with you on that. But if women are mostly filing for divorce, and those are mostly the reasons, so it's mostly the reasons that women are coming up with, and the ones that are basically breaking the happy home.
Okay, but if you're cheating on your wife,
Remarcus, please. How are you going to say that they're breaking up a happy home if it's one of the three reasons that I stated? It sound like pretty valid reasons to end a marriage. Do you?
Because the first statement is here, believe a woman, and both Marcus and I said no, because
you know when people go to court and there are court proceedings, you have to prove these things. They don't get to just come into the court, say shit, and then.
I'm talking about divorce, though. Women get divorced or even suspected.
You don't get to accuse someone of cheating and have no proof. You don't get to accuse someone of supporting.
That is not true, ma'am. I live in the United Kingdom, and
you're gonna stop making shit up. We don't do misinformation here. Understands the family court and divorce court.
My ex-wife was a lawyer in divorce court, and it went.
So that explains why you're so bitter about it. That makes so much sense now. You probably got and she took you for a little bit of property.
Can I say something to Ada real quick?
Jazz, I'm not sad about it. I want men to know the truth.
You're bitter about it at the very least. At the very least, we have to at least admit that. We're not going to spread misinformation. You don't get to make false accusations against somebody in divorce court with zero evidence about it. That's not how that works. That's not how that works, especially in no fault states. Okay, so if we're going to speak on something, let's make sure that we're bringing it back when we do that.
I live in the UK, man.
We're going to go around the panel now for a little bit until Shannon comes back. I think who was next to speak? I think it was Amanda. I'm going to start switching some people out as well. Amanda, you can go ahead. I think you have an echo though. You have an echo.
We still have an echo?
No, you're good now.
Okay, thank you. I want to say, Asia, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I am so sorry. Like, I am so sorry from the bottom of my heart that this man here on this panel made you explain yourself and put you in that, like, space where you felt like you needed to explain what happened to you and defend yourself because I'm sure that that's happened to you many times because it happens to all of us who are victims a lot. Every time we tell our story, there is some question as to what did we do to bring this on? What could we have done better? And I am so, so sorry that he did that to you because it is wrong. It's disgusting. That question that he asked and that explanation that he made, it was absolutely unnecessary.
My bad.
Be quiet, please.
It was absolutely unnecessary. And it showed a complete lack of empathy and a lack of sympathy. And I wish that you hadn't explained yourself, to be honest. I mean, I'm glad, do what you need to do, say what you need to say, but you don't need to explain yourself to anyone, and especially not this disgusting pig up here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I do, but I'm really like an open book. You know what I mean? So like people can't really play me about me because I'm me, but I really do appreciate it. I appreciate this panel, like I said too. I'm about to take it down though. I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep it up. I'm following all the people here except V-Dub. And y'all have a great, great night.
All right, Asia, we're gonna keep
You as
it
well. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, V-Dub, like you deserve to get kicked in your crotch.
All right.
What exactly? What did I do? I asked a question. I can't see because you guys are acting like
you might be full of our language right now.
And now it's the gaslighting. Now the gaslighting's coming in. He doesn't remember what question that he asked that was so disgusting and so vile and so personal and so unnecessary. He's going to act like he doesn't remember the question that he asked.
The question that I asked, would you please remind me, please? please.
You know
No,
exactly.
no,
I never
you
lied.
don't- no.
Wait,
We
time
don't-
out. We not finna turn this into something crazy. We've been very productive.
we're not gonna-
Amanda, what did he say?
Since you're asking, he asked her, "What? Why did you go over to that man's house?"
Oh yeah, that dumb question. All right, cool. So yeah. I don't think you should have started with that, brother.
Yeah, because you disgusting bitch ass nigga. You disgusting bitch ass nigga.
6 figure. We gonna get
glad
shit.
your wife is your ex, because the hell you put her through, baby, she probably gonna be traumatized for the rest of her life.
6.
The fact that you would even sit there and ask this young lady, why did she go? Why did she do this? Why did she, after she done sat there and told you
Yeah, we get
what
mad.
she done been through? Sir, you are disgusting. A disgusting piece of shit. That's what you are. How much to drop this nigga? How much to drop him?
We're gonna do 25.
Oh my god.
See, for whoever wants to drop old Betty on his head, but I do want everybody to remember we have to use TikTok friendly language. We cannot be flagged for
25 or a galaxy. Wow.
fruit in the chat, please. Fruit in the chat. Thank you so much.
I was gonna say drop a rose.
Wow.
That's the kind of question that women get asked all the time. That's the kind of question that makes women afraid to report. And you're sitting up here acting like women aren't reporting because blah, 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 blah. It's questions like that that make women not report, because the police ask us those questions. The police ask us, why did you go to his house? What were you wearing? Were you drinking? And then we have to relive everything like she just did. She was so like open and vulnerable to tell us what happened to her. And then she had to relive everything even more because of that question that you asked. And you're gonna sit here and play like
Can I please defend myself?
like you don't know. No.
Pause,
I don't want you
please.
to gaslight. I really don't. You are a narcissist, and I can tell just by listening to you.
Hey, what was your daughter?
Hello, when the host is trying to talk, y'all need to shut the hell up. Okay?
My bad, Jazz.
No. It's fine. I don't know why you would start with that question. Guys, I'm really trying to have a productive stream, but if we get banned on this, it is what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? We trying though. I understand it can be a little spicy, but I don't know why you would ask that question first and not even start with sympathy, grace, empathy, or order. That's what I mean by practicing empathy. Because she not only did she say that happened to her, she said 10 family members. You know what? Actually, she paid the 25.
Thank you.
Never mind, bro. I can't even. She paid the 25, man. I gotta respect it, man. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. She paid the 25.
It's disgusting. It don't matter what she wearing. See, that's y'all problem. Y'all Negroes, something wrong with y'all.
So
Y'all sick in the head.
who
And
do?
then y'all get mad because we like, oh, y'all just bashing black men and yada 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 yada. No, something is wrong with y'all. Y'all need to go get some real professional help. It don't matter what she's wearing. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. It doesn't matter how long she's been knowing him. If it's 10 years or 10 minutes, she should not have to sit there and be worrying about, oh, I'm about to be great. Like, what are y'all talking about? Y'all gonna victim blame her and y'all don't have no smoke for the grapists? Y'all are sick. Sorry, Shannon, but that's just crazy.
You good, man. It's all good. I understand it can be a little passionate conversation. That's why I say I've been trying to navigate the space. I don't know who was up here, whether it was a friend of mine, Miss Lele, or a Galaxy. Appreciate it. Miss Lele, sister, or did you want to speak? I guaranteed I know what happened, y'all. This is a friend of mine from Instagram. I know she came up here on accident, bro. I'm telling you, bro. She accidentally clicked the button. Go ahead, cousin.
What's up, man? What's going on, people? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody
We're doing all right.
I've been listening to this shit for a minute. Yeah, homie was out of pocket. I wish that they would have waited for that money because I would have got into him a little bit. But it's all right. The thing that got me, it wasn't that he asked the question, which was bad enough. But I don't know if you heard later. It was well, we don't believe all women. That's the part where it kind of pissed me off a little bit. Because it's like, we already know, even if you don't, let's say that you haven't experienced any of this and you just go by raw data. We know how many women that this happens to. And if we also know that everything is not reported, that means that it's even more that go unreported. So if you don't, even off of that fact alone, nothing else would give her the benefit of the doubt to understand what's going on. Just that by itself. And then if we talk about all of the experiences that we hear, even women in his own family, I bet, told him. And this motherfucker still was on that old bullshit. So that's just an example, man. I mean, there's a lot of good dudes that think like this. And I know that, women, you should be, I think the lady that just spoke before me, you should not have to worry about any of this shit, right? But as a man, I feel responsible to tell you that the unfortunate thing about this world is you have to look out for that shit, right? Because it's men like that who walk around this motherfucker, and even worse than that. So you should be able to wear whatever you are, but at the same time, you do got to be cautious nowadays, right? And I'm just saying that to let you know that you cannot put your faith in these motherfuckers because you got to treat everybody the same way until they prove otherwise. And I hate to say that as a man, right? As I say to myself, I think that I'm a person of dignity, and I hold myself at a certain level. You know what I mean? I'm about to be married, but when I was single, I knew that I was a good dude. But it's like thank you. But it's like if I expect a woman to treat me like that, right? Because so many dudes have already fucked it up for us. So even if you call yourself a good dude and you sit up here like, no, bro, you can't, no, man, that's pandering. Well, then I guess we pandering then. Because you motherfuckers need to understand that, yeah, you get treated that same way because of all these other motherfuckers that came before you and fucked it up. So if you're mad at anybody, be mad at them tricks. Be mad at them simps for real. Be mad at them dudes. But you want to sit up here and blame women. And then I think to myself, maybe it's just because you yourself are fucked up. And when you hear it, it touches you in the sensitive places. And that's why you got to defend it. Because there is no possible reason why you need to defend that bullshit behavior. I don't give a fuck if it's, well, it's man, you gotta, what are you talking about? There's no brotherhood when it's that. There is none. If it's deplorable, it's deplorable. Okay, we talk about women. If they do something deplorable, I will point that out too. But at the same time, if you're not able to point out men and keep a motherfucker accountable, then what are you? You probably, because you're scared to talk to this man. You're scared to stand up and talk to a man, but you will sit up here for 9 hours on the live and talk about women. That's the shit that's fucked up. You hold that same energy for us. We have to hold that same energy for us. Men listen to men differently. Men respect men differently. But if the men that are claiming that they are men are not holding these busters accountable, then what are we? You a buster too then, if that's the case. Why people will say that we simping, no, we not. We trying to say, hey, man the fuck up. Man the fuck up. Check that shit when it's wrong. And then all the rest of that stuff will even out. But that's just my take on what I heard so far. And I don't know what the topic was, but I just had to get that out. My apologies for that.
No, you good, cousin, bro. You always know you're welcome. And I think I want to do that live Thursday. It's gonna be Thursday night.
I just wanted to
Thursday night. I'll text you at around 8 or 9.
Okay.
Who is talking?
Me, Deja. It says never seen before, but I'm Deja.
Okay, can you give me 1 second? Well, actually,
yes.
Know your angel. Are you okay with her speaking before you, sis? I mean, So yeah, sister.
Oh yeah, she was waiting before.
Oh no, she can go ahead.
Okay.
I'm here though.
All right, go ahead, Mel.
I feel like not only are other men not holding men with this mindset accountable, they're like sympathizing or rationalizing. Like I was on another girl's live not that long ago, and her prompt was, is she dressed like a slut or a whore, or are you just objectifying her? Sorry, I should have spelled that.
No. I'm laughing. I'm laughing because the stuff that they be saying. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the stuff they be saying. But go ahead.
But the guy just kept being like, oh, you know what? I don't think like this, but I can get why I got. Why are you trying to get the viewpoint of a rapist? Like, why are you trying to rationalize the thought process of a man who likes to take advantage and force himself on women without their consent? Like, why is that someone you want to understand? And also, it's like, I don't only feel like they're not holding them accountable because they're scared. It's because they agree. And in public, they'll make these statements like, oh, no, I don't think like that. I don't think like that, but you do. And if the opportunity really presented itself, you would probably do exactly what the man that's graping would do as well. And it would be more respected if they should just stand on that. Stand on the fact that you're a deplorable person. Stop trying to dress it up like, I'm this nice man, but women just need to dress with skirts to their ankles in order for me to stay nice. Like, what type of logic is that?
I don't know how. I don't understand how clothing equals great, because when you go look, should I even mention that religion? In other countries, right, where they wear a hijab and things, they still have a high
Yes. Yeah.
There are women who are
the highest percentage of grapes in those countries.
Mm-hmm.
There are women who wear full burqa with only their eyes visible, and they're still being sexually assaulted. In India, they made the death penalty the punishment for rape. Rape. And do you think the percentages went down? No, the men just started killing their victims.
Ooh.
All right, man. We don't want to get the live in. You have to watch what you say.
Yeah, unalive. It's fine. Unalive. Y'all just start putting fruits and vegetables in the comments, and we should be fine.
So is it okay if I go ahead and speak now?
Yeah.
And I hope the men that were in here before hear me now. When I was 5, I had on overalls. Would you believe me then? I was 5. Are you going to believe that little girl when she comes to you because you're a man and she thinks that you're going to protect her? Are you going to believe her? Are you going to believe that child? Because this is where it starts at. Come on your panel, Shannon. They have sisters. They have daughters. They have mothers, cousins, and aunties. And understand, Shannon, you know me for a long time, and I show a lot of pictures of my dad. Mm-hmm. My dad was 6'6", almost 300 pounds, military. I didn't tell my father till I was 22, 23 years old, and he was on go. He didn't ask me any questions about nothing. He was just ready to do what he had to do. At what point, when a little girl sees that you don't believe the small things she say, if she come to you and she's fearful? These are the men, like I see Mr. Roll-On Deodorant face up here in the corner on Jazz's background. That dude right there. He's the Roll-On Deodorant with eyes. And Charles, if you were here, it's Angel. I might as well sound like Jason to you. Anyway, when a woman believes that a man is there to protect her, a little girl, I got a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old little girl. Every man in my family protects her. There is no question. It's never going to happen, because I'm going to be front page news, I tell you. But if we got this foundation right now, where grown women believe, what chance do our children and our young girls, what chance do they have to be believed? That's what's breaking my heart. To hear these men say that, some girl in her life gonna feel like that dude V-Dub is a safe person to talk to, and he's not. They're gonna think that LaMarcus dude is a safe person to talk to, and he's not. There are so many men out here that not only are they just, this is just barbershop locker room talk. No, they got little girls around them that look to them for safety. And they not going, the little girls that can look at them and know that they are not a safe person to tell what they tell. I ain't even talking about the police or nothing. They can look at the person that they are and how they treat other women to know that they are not a safe person to talk to. So when they get in these spaces and they say things like that man just disrespected that girl telling her story, you see how many people are in your life right now. I can guarantee you it's somebody in here right now that want to say something so bad but won't. Because of men like him, block it immediately. Y'all, the people who know me, I'm Angel. I live on a farm. They call me Tube Sally. Fill in the blank. I don't care about nothing, no one, your height, your size, what you carry. I don't care about nothing. I protect women and children. Anything beyond that, if you come in between me and that, it's going to be a problem, okay? Any woman that has come around me, they feel safe around me. If you're going through domestic violence, I will pull up. If you're going through DV, I will pull up to your house. I will get you out of that situation. They feel safe around me. These men, they're talking about they protectors, they every day and how they move. It's showing that they not. You can't even listen to the girl without. Why if you go over to his house? Listen, if old boy is here, get me to your house in 3 hours. I guarantee you in an hour, you won't have nothing left. You do the same thing that you just told her not to do. The double standard is ridiculous. And until they start coming around and understanding, all of us is somebody's daughter. I'm somebody's daughter. I got a daughter. I got sisters. I could never, whoever paid to drop here six figure, and the other lady, somebody got to it before I did. Listen, thank you so much, because I'm sitting up here shaking. Because let me tell you what happens when you really go report. My family sent me away. My family, high-ranking military. They didn't want it to get out. They sent me away on the first thing smoking. You know what happens in domestic violence? Police are one of the main ones doing it. So when they show up, guess who they actually side with? When I went through that, the cop, he laughed at me. I had a broken foot and was visibly leaking. And he laughed at me. And then told me, oh, you both gonna get locked up. How is that? How are we supposed to report this? This is why I am the person that I am today, because I'm not reporting nothing. I ain't gonna tell nobody nothing. I tell all women that go through that, you might, listen, I don't want to become a suspect, so don't say nothing. I ain't gonna say too much, but don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. I don't want to become a suspect, so don't say nothing. I got it from here. But when we got these men in these spaces saying this, I'm glad for everybody in here that clocked that. Because we're not going for it no more. If I hear it, if I see it, if I sense it, I'm saying something. And men and women, both, young, old, church, I don't care what your religion is, you better say something or you're allowing them to continue. I'm laying there.
But and these men aren't asking women like, oh, why didn't you report it? They're not asking in good faith. They don't care. Even when it's reported, they're still like, how many times do you see headlines? Oh, woman reported so and so for rape. I mean, great. Sorry.
You good.
And they're saying it and you see millions of replies like, oh, she's probably lying. The police are probably going to find out she's lying. Let's wait till it hits trial. Like, you don't care whether we report it or not. You're still not going to believe us. Like, you're not asking this because you have genuine concern for women and you want to make sure they're getting justice. So, like, I feel like it's no point in even entertaining questions with them. Like, these men are trying to have good faith conversations. They aren't trying to understand. They are responding just to hear themselves talk. They're listening not to understand, but just to shoot back and give a reply because they want to be right. And a lot of times that guy, like Vita, saying how, why did you go on a date? Stop asking women, why did I go on a date? Or why did I agree? Why did I ask these men, why did they agree? Focus on them because they're the ones who are doing something wrong. It doesn't matter if a woman is laying down in bed and she, at the point where the man is putting on a condom, says, I don't want to do this anymore. The moment she says no, no means no. That's the end of it. And if as a man, you don't have the self-control to walk away and be like, you know what? Cool. You don't want to do this no more? I completely respect that and understand. It's on your time, then you're sick in the head. It doesn't matter that she's naked. It doesn't matter if she said yes in the beginning. It doesn't matter. And men live in this bubble. They don't have the fear that women operate through, like, everyday life of men. Like, am I going to go walking tonight and is somebody going to hit me over the head and try to attack me? Men have the privilege, and they take that privilege for granted of not having to operate with that fear. That's why he felt safe enough to invite that woman to his house after just 3 hours. Because he doesn't have that second thought, like, what if she's crazy? What if she tries to kill me? And they don't understand that's a privilege that they're able to live with that type of security throughout their everyday life, something that we as women do not have because they facilitate it.
Hold on, y'all.
Can I?
Oh no, mind. That's a troll account. I was ready for the smoke. Go ahead, cousin. And then we're gonna let Kiki speak. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say real quick. They are definitely right. I think we need to put something into perspective for all these dudes that may be listening. To put this idea that these women may be lying to rest. As history to date, I think it's been maybe, I'm being generous, 2% of all cases that have been reported have been shown that the women vindictively lied. That means that out of the cases that have been to court, to trial about this situation, GD, great, all of that, only 2% have been proven that the woman has lied. So, if you're a man and you're sitting up here talking about that shit, well, we need to talk about it because we don't be lying. Shut your bitch ass up. No, they don't. 98% of the cases, this is documented that you can go look up yourself. Again, if this is pandering, then let it be. But the truth don't give a fuck about what you think. This is the reality, okay? It is not an epidemic that women are just blaming guys for something that they have not done. So we need to get that out of that mind. We need to get out of that mind state. Real talk. When a woman is saying this, do you think that she is really trying to put her life on blast, relive a traumatic incident just to lie? Do you think she wants to go through that great hit?
Yes.
Do you know how invasive that is
Yes,
in
she
the
does.
hospital just to do that? But hold on, right.
Yes, she does.
Right. So that shit is that's ridiculous to think that, right? Because if that is the case, that is so far rare that it wouldn't even matter. Like, okay, so some women did that in the past. Cool. But if you sitting here as a man worried about that, stop it. And I think one thing is we were talking about the divorces, okay? Just to understand these divorces that like DV and all of that stuff, women are enduring that because that's number 4 on the list of divorces. That's not even the highest rate of divorces. Women will endure men cheating, doing all kind of shit. And then when they finally get divorced, then it's blamed, oh, well, see, 90% of divorces, 80% of divorces is women. That means that they've been enduring this shit for years and finally got enough of it. I used to mediate divorces. This is why I say this. And I would have to talk to both sides. And this is not me trying to pick a side. This is me telling you how it is. People don't just wake up on a Tuesday and be like, you know what, I'm going to divorce tomorrow. It don't happen that way. So that's another thing. We got to stop that rhetoric. And then lastly, look, most attacks on women happen by somebody that they trust.
Thank you, because I sure was about to answer that comment of this dumb boy. Yeah.
Most attacks happen when they are in the vulnerable position by somebody, like this woman said before. And by the way, I I'm so sad to hear that happened to you. And I just want to let you know that. But I'm glad that you have figured out a way to speak on it with conviction. So that's kudos to you. But most women that are attacked, it's not because they're wearing something to the club or they're walking around looking. People are not just grabbing people off the street and attacking them in a van. Okay, that's not what's happening, people. It is, oh, I've been talking to him for a while. I get to know this. He played like he's a nice guy. Oh my God. And they go on that date. Then they go home. You want a nightcap? Yeah. And all of a sudden, fucking Jeffrey Dahmer come out or whoever else. Okay. That is what's happening. Or it was like this woman said before. They are a child and it is someone in their family. Okay. And the reason why y'all motherfuckers don't want to talk about it is because you got an uncle like that right now. And you know it. And you don't want to say nothing. Right? You got Uncle Chester that did that shit to your cousin. And you know it. But you ain't saying nothing. Right? And so now you want to justify it because you love Uncle Chester. Man, shut that shit up, man. We have to start being real about this. We gotta start being real, y'all. Because if we not real, if we sit up here faking and trying to justify BS, how can we be taken seriously if we're saying that we're trying to improve the community? That's what this is about. You cannot improve it unless you address these hard facts. And as men, stop trying to justify this shit. Understand that. We sitting up here as men listening to these women say, yeah, men this, men that, men that. You don't see us complaining because we know that she ain't talking about me. I know who she's talking about. I don't have to get up here and be like, well, you know, it ain't all men. It ain't just, no. You don't have to do that, brothers. Just sit back, shut up, listen. Just listen with an open mind and hear what they're talking about. Because I promise you, if it happened to your daughter, if it happened to somebody that was close to you, somebody broke in your house or your mama's, you know what I mean, and did something, then all of a sudden you would have a change of tune. But because it doesn't affect you. Some of them wouldn't, though. But some of them, you're right. But I'm just saying the majority of these dudes that's just jumping on this shit just because of some brotherhood or whatever the case is, y'all need to stop that shit, man. I'm telling you, because it's not about sides. It's not about none of that. It's about what's right and what's wrong. And if you can't recognize what's right and stand on that, then obviously you're not a man, period, in my book. I'm just saying. And to the guy who wanted recent statistics, as of January 10th, 2025, only 4% of reported rapes, child smacks, offenses. I think that's the right way to like phrase it for TikTok. Okay. Only 4% are convicted, and that's us as of this year, just last month. So trying to make it seem like, oh, the statistics from 2017, they still matter. They still count. Obviously, we can see with our eyes that things are not getting better. There's a group of quotes I saw that were from sitting judges who were over cases of sexual assault. And the things that they were saying to these victims, one of the judges, who was a woman herself, told a victim she should be lucky that a man is as attractive as the man who raped her, looked at her. You had another one asking her, well, why couldn't you close up your, as if it's a way for us to close it up. Like that's the things women go through. When you have judges who, even after you report it and you're at trial, and you have a judge telling you, oh, you should be lucky. He's really attractive. You should be happy he looked at you. Are you sure you weren't just a little shy? Like, what? These are the things women are going through. So stop asking women, why aren't you reporting it? Why aren't you doing it? And I don't care all this men pandering. So what? Why is it bad for a man to pander to women as a straight man, or making it seem like a man is a pick-me for speaking on behalf of women? Hey man, why is it a problem? These niggas don't know what the hell pandering is. You ask them what the definition of pandering, them niggas can't say what the fuck pandering is. Ain't nothing about this goddamn thing pandering. Just using words to try to sound intelligent, and they're not. Fuck them niggas. Hold on.
They take words out of context.
Kiki, this is the black side of TikTok. Better learn how to jump in. I ain't gonna save you next time.
I was waiting for Kiki to speak so I could speak.
You gotta unmute him.
I didn't even know I had to unmute my mic. My bad, y'all.
You gotta jump in.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
No problem.
As far as on the subject, like, I've had my ex-husband do it to me.
I'm so sorry.
God damn it.
To me, I've had multiple relationships that were DV, and what's crazy is I don't like to argue. Like if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I can take that out. My bad. You want something to eat? But if I leave, if you do something wrong, that's when the abuse comes. Mind you, I'm 4'11". So why would I sit here and put my hands on a man? Why I'm not gonna get in your face? I'm not gonna damage your property. I promise I will watch and fold your clothes to pack you up. I promise I will. I promise. Game, tie, Febreze, starch, all that. I don't want to argue. I don't want to fight. So with that being said, it's like also women get abused if they don't want to have intercourse. I've had a boyfriend do it because I didn't want to. No means no. If I don't want to do it, I don't have to do it. At the same time, it's like being in those situations and me being the woman that I am. I want to fight back. I could fight back. But I always got in the back of my head, I'm going to jail. For defending myself, for stopping for somebody from doing something to me, I'm going to go to jail for the rest of my life. And I'm a mother of 5, a single mom of 5. So if somebody do something to me and I have to protect myself, like, what's the consequences of that? Forget if they believe me. I don't care about none of that because I went through the police and all that and court and all that before. Once going through something a certain amount of time, you just develop, like, I guess, an immunity to it. Or I guess, I don't know what word proper word to use, but after a while, it's like, I'm used to it already. All right, you're going to think I'm lying. All right, I don't care. Here are the receipts. All right, then that's it. But it's like, the thought is always in the back of my head. If I have to defend myself, how far can I go? Because that's a man. No matter how big, no matter how short, no matter, that's a man. So if I let up and he, God forbid, unalive me, then what? Who's going to take care of my kids? But men don't be thinking about that, though. And I'm so straightforward. If you want to smash, then smash. Let me say yes or let me say no. It's not that serious. This is not the first no you're going to hear for some butt. You be all right. You be all right. Go to Pornhub. Speak to Pamela. Like, come on now. It's not that serious to take something that doesn't belong to you. And the story that I did have is I had an ex whose daughter was being molested by her cousin.
Oh my God.
Mind you, they're both children though. The young boy is autistic. Right there. And the thing was that this wasn't the first time. When I found out about it, it wasn't like I overheard the conversation and it wasn't the first time that happened. When I tell you that made me look at that individual so differently, like if you okay with something like that happening to your daughter, one time happened to my kids, that's it, it's once. Like I teach myself no means no. Like you ain't gotta worry about police, we ain't gotta worry about nobody, you gotta worry about me. I'm going to this around, I'll take you out. Nobody doing it to you. If they do, you better let me know because I'm gonna take them out. You better not do it to nobody else. I'm not playing none of that. I'm not doing it. I'm not condoning it. I'm not, no. I'm not doing that. I got 4 boys. My 14-year-old is 6'2".
So you saying your ex's daughter got great?
No, she was molested by her cousin, by his sister's son.
Hold on, but it was your ex's daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
What did he do about it?
Oh, yes. Well, first he put his hands on his sister because she confronted him to try to justify the behavior. He put his hands on his sister.
Wait, the sister meaning? Wait, who's the one?
The autistic son, his sister.
Oh, the mother of the child that got.
Right, it's my ex, right? His daughter, his sister, her son.
His sister.
Use
her son.
We use terms essay, please, for the live.
His sister, your ex's.
The little girl was essayed by her cousin.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So he put hands on the one that did it. That's what you're saying?
No, her mother. So his sister, the young lady's aunt.
So what did he do about the person who did it?
Well, the person who did it is a child himself with autism.
Oh, okay. I'm tracking it now.
He allowed it to happen.
Only functioning enough to be committing SA. Young boys can be sexually deviant as well.
No, this boy has autism. This boy has autism.
But I'm saying I work with children with autism. So him being autistic doesn't mean that's the marker for him saying his little cousin. Plenty of autistic young men don't really.
The thing is that it's not.
So we don't know what's what on that. But yeah.
It's not the first time it happened. That's my thing. When I overheard the conversation about it had happened, it wasn't the first time. So my thing was that why was it a second time? The situation was his kids go to his mother's house. In his mother's house, his sister also brings her children as well. So all the children are there. It's his daughter and it's his sister's son. And the son did that to his cousin, which is his daughter. That wasn't the first time. The first time should have been the last time. Mind, the little girl is 3, the boy is 11. So men will allow that to happen to their own daughters. Because if it happened once, why is it a second time? And I'm done, that's it.
Well, it's very fortunate that's your ex.
Yeah, I just want to address comment. I really don't have to, but cousin, all right, so there's these cop-out statements that I'm seeing in my comments. There will always be grapists. Yeah. Let's not justify it. I don't understand why y'all was saying there will always be bad men. Yeah, let's not give those bad men a platform and let them keep talking shit. Right? That would be wise, right? Let's not try to sugarcoat the nonsense that's going on out here, right? We don't have to frame it to be the majority or nothing. We can have contextualized conversations, but when a woman is telling her story and then you say there will always be rapists, here's my problem with these statements. Where are the good men? If y'all can answer that question for me, like don't include me. You don't have the luxury of calling me a good man. Only my wife can call me a good man. Now, hopefully Jesus when I die. However, where are the good men? Because y'all keep saying that the woman should have chose better. Okay. Now the women are getting hurt by their husbands majority of the time, or the person that they're in a relationship with. So when y'all say stuff like that, what that tells me is women shouldn't choose at all in majority of the time. Because where are the good men? Can a man describe what a woman should look for in a good? Because you gotta understand these bad men know how to play a good man.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Like you call it wolves in sheep's clothing or whatever you want to call it. They know how to play a good man. And half the niggas that's talking like that saying that they're good men ain't good men. What are we talking about? The niggas that's on these panels, that's always talking about single mothers and black women. You think those are good men, nigga? You think those are good men, fam? The niggas that's always talking bad about that's a good man. The men who got a red pill up there, but those are good men who bussy pop on panels. Those are good men. Like you tell me, those are the good man, right? These same ugly, bad genetics, failed abortion built men that's on these panels talking about women, and those are the good men, fam. You where?
Wait, bad abortion.
Failed abortion. Failed AB. Let's failed. I called yes. Failed. Yes.
Shannon, do you mean the suction thing wasn't working right?
Them niggas came out ugly. That's all I can say. Yeah.
And just because something will always be doesn't mean it's good. Like it will always be racism. Just because something is common or popular, slavery used to be common. Slavery used to be popular. Does that mean it's a good thing? Just because it will always be rapist doesn't mean women should just say, "Oh, I'm just gonna accept it. We're just gonna accept it and just take our chances." Just everybody be like, no. Maybe men should start changing their mindsets and becoming different, because now we're seeing a influx of that sexual deviancy being I'm seeing younger and younger men do the most violent things I've ever seen. There are those who are in middle school. One of my local schools got caught up because little girls were being raped in the school. And the teachers and administration were choosing to not really do anything about it. So, like, just because something is common doesn't mean it's like something that we should just sit with. Like, racism doesn't, well, not racism, slavery doesn't exist in the capacity that it did because we did something about it and we didn't just accept that it was normal. So this is just going to be our life for the rest of our life.
And y'all gotta understand too, man, that is a whole culture. Grape is a culture. And it's because they are comfortable in that idea that they can get away with it and that it's okay. That it says it's this nuance that on the gray market, we all right. Because because you still have scrubs defending that shit. Okay. So it breeds a false sense of comfortability. And what we were saying is, yeah, it might be. It might be these brothers that's always gonna be like that. It's always gonna be degenerate people. Yes. But guess what? We ain't gonna let it be comfortable for their ass. If we can't do nothing else, we can make their bitch ass uncomfortable. That's what we can do. And so when that's what I put in the comments, and I'm just saying it because I know that comment and Shannon brought it up, but yeah, I was the one that replied to that. Yeah, we can make it uncomfortable for their ass. If we can't do nothing else, you can make them uncomfortable.
Who is
The
they?
reason why you would want to be, whoever does that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're talking about there's always going to be bad people there. Okay, cool. If that's the case, will there always be bad people? Probably so. But we don't have to make them a comfortable place to be bad people. We can make it uncomfortable for their ass in every way possible. And that's what I'm saying. So,
and can I add to that? Because I'm a DV advocate, I've explained all that before, but I'm speaking directly to the person who said that. I want to know.
That nigga gone.
Okay. Well, I just want to say this. How many men brag to their homies, oh, she was drunk and we had a good old time. She was almost passed out.
Clock that.
He was throwing up and we had a good old time. And how many of them gonna say, you are a predator? You shouldn't have done that. How many men that'll be in them barbershop circles and hear something like that? Oh, I put something in her drink, or I did this, or she was asleep and I did this. You know what they do in them barbershop circles?
Laughing at Key.
Because I get respect in the barbershop because they know, and except for if it's a barbershop that don't know me. If y'all see me, I got a mohawk. I usually have dreads. I just cut my dreads. The same barbershop I go to, they know that they can never say something about something like that because I left barbershops arguing with dudes, like straight up and down, hearing something like that and being like, yo, you think that's cool? That's what you're teaching your son? That's what you do in life? Like, you talking about you put something in her drink, or she was passed out, or she was this, or she was that. There's so many men that know. I was married for 15 years. It was men that knew that he was putting his hands on me. They watched it. They saw my eye. They saw the bruises. They saw all of it. And they was still dapping him up next day. They was still chilling with him next day. Seeing me with sunglasses on and then come in my face and want to ask me, oh, you all right? But you just saw him put his hands on me. You ain't have nothing to say to him because you scared of him. Oh, I ain't scared of him. No, you are. Because if you were, when you saw him putting his hands on me, you would have done something. And this always happened when I was trying to leave. And when people say, why don't you leave? It gets worse. And like this, someone on the panel said, you don't know what it's like being on the other side of it when somebody wants something that's in between your legs. You don't understand what it's like to have a baby in your belly, a baby on your hip, and you trying to put your stuff in the car. Your child is screaming, and this man is putting his hands on you. And so now you trapped. Now you scared, and his friend's standing there watching.
And it's a little statistic. The most dangerous time for women in domestic and DV relationships is when they leave. That's the point where most abusers snap. They will tell you unalive them and their children.
Can I tell you, if you've ever seen the movie Enough, that's how I escaped. I hit the breaker box and sat in a chair and I waited for him because I already knew it was about to go down. And when it did go down like it went down so bad. I'm a mixed martial artist, like for real now, because I had to do something to protect myself. He threw me through a wall. Okay. He broke my collarbone. He ended up pulling something out on me because even with them injuries, I was I was completely done at that point. He was trying to unalive me. Yeah. I haven't seen that man in 5 years for that very reason, because I know if he and I ever meet face to face, it's still up. The men around me, I put on my Book of Faces page, if you still friends with him, we can't be friends. I had to change my number multiple times, change my cars, run from him. Y'all don't know what it's like. Just the empathy we want, Shannon, and this is what I truly need them to hear. You hear the pain in my voice as I'm talking about this. I can talk to another man about this, and you know what he'll tell me? I should have chose better. Yep. I was married to this man for 15 years. He's a college graduate. He's a veterinarian. He's Mr. All Smiles and Laughs, Mr. Congeniality. You would never know the evil that lurks in this man. But they'll tell me that I should have chose better when they ain't no better than him. He hit it well.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I need everybody to mute their mic.
Take that man out the chat that said, "Did you call the cops?" And y'all take him out.
No, because he already up here. Pause. I need all y'all to mute y'all mic for just a second. I need y'all to hold y'all passion for 1 second, because I'm trying to get some understanding. Brother, you've been up here before. JG, what is it? What you asking questions, or like what are you trying to say? And I won't get spicy as of yet.
Oh no, I was just kind of responding to what the lady was saying. And the reason why I said
pause 1 second. Pause 1 second. Miss Know Your Angel. Try to reserve yourself for just a moment. Keep the voodoo off. I just want to see what he's saying. I just want to see.
You know about skin on Tim Broccoli.
I just want to see.
Hey, man.
I just wait. Time out, fam. I'm joking with a friend of mine, but seriously, I'm asking her to reserve it out of respect for me. She's going to do that, but address what are you trying to address? Okay.
Oh yes. About the cop situation, I asked, did you call the cop? Because that's a form of defense. I was just asking, like, oh, that's messed up. The man doing it to you.
Why is what make you think? Okay, so when we get to asking questions like that, right? We like women usually do this. I mean, even the studies will back that up that they usually do this. They usually go file a report. So I don't. What is the reason of that question? Why don't you think she did?
I was just asking because she was saying the thing she done. She didn't say that, so I like, did you call the cop?
She did. I told. Well, hold on. Never seen. That's why I said I need y'all to pause.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, keep going.
Saying shit. Really, I'm trying to give you a
pause.
Hey, it's me. Let them cook. Let them go, because I'm about to all that. Just let them go, y'all. Let them go. This is not for entertainment, because I am a good person. Like, I take my wife, my sister, and everything. I understand.
Brother. Hold on. Pause. 1 second. 1 sec. Time out. See, that's why I said if I'm trying to let them talk, but if you're gonna keep hopping in, we can't get through it. And respectfully, brother, I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to say that you aren't a good man, but right now I don't care. I'm trying to figure out what was your point of saying the things you said in the comments. Like, can you elaborate on your overall purpose of being part of the conversation and why you asked the question that you asked? That's all I want. But go ahead.
Yes, because like when it comes down to it, if somebody harming you, you try to protect yourself, right? There's different ways to protect yourself, right? You know what I mean? And that person that harming you, that is a bad person. You know what I mean? Obviously, right? So the reason why I asked, did you call the cops? Because restraining order. Because that don't work, you're gonna have to get a tool. Because hey, it's crazy people out here. I get it. I understand that. And that's messed up what happened to you. So when it comes down to it, yes, choose better. Yes, because I had to choose better. So the situation happened. After it happened, I should have told better. But it was like everything was cool. Everything was cool. So I get it. I understand it. You know what I mean? And I don't defend men as a whole because I gotta protect myself from men.
Okay. Yeah. So pause. Pause. Like before, I don't know if you heard what I don't know if you heard her, but you're gonna make her repeat herself of everything that she did, and even the men around her watch the shit happen. So
And I
like
just want to speak on the restraining order thing because I've actually
we
had
are
to go through the.
we already hold on.
Stop
Just,
interrupting.
just one second, y'all.
Not hard.
1 second, because he is addressing know your nature, but we already covered this, brother, with a person.
No, Angel.
I'm sorry, no, Angel. We already covered this with another woman that this happened with earlier today, with a man trying to say basically what you're saying, and the statistics keep pointing in the woman's favor that they are doing exactly what they're supposed to do 98% of the time. They are filing a restraining order. They are filing a police report. They are letting people know, they getting the cops involved. They're doing this, okay? So I don't understand why we keep like what we're saying, what you're saying, but what we say as men is common sense that they already know, right? A woman that gets thrown through a goddamn wall, right? Unless she has Stockholm syndrome, where she's empathizing with her abuse. I don't know if I can say that word, but Stockholm syndrome. That's a different case, right? But majority of women are doing exactly what you just said. But since he's addressing you, Miss Angel, go ahead.
So, JG, that's what I'm gonna call you. I called 12. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. Anybody? Let's take a round number. How long it took 12 to get there? How long it took them to get there? I live in Atlanta.
By now.
Okay, so what do you think he would have did to me, or what was happening within that hour?
Death.
Okay, so JG, when 12 got there, what did they do?
Not a damn thing.
Okay, took a report. That's probably it. When I went to the hospital for my broken collarbone, and the hospital are mandated reporters, so know this: if you're injured enough, they have to report it. And so I'm like, they came already, they saw it, and the nurses are asking, why didn't they do anything? I'm just as shocked as they are. When I went to, do you know how many times I had to apply for a restraining order? What is a piece of paper going to do against a firearm or a pew-pew? What is that exactly going to do? Do you know how far I had to move away? How long I was on the run with my children? Y'all, this is what he mean by empathy. Y'all don't even, the first thing go to y'all mind is the same repetitive nonsense. This man broke bones on me, pulled something out on me in front of my children. To go on the run. I had to hide, change my number, go by my middle name so I could not be found. And what, just so simplistically, JG, you asked me if I called the cops. You see how insulting that sounds? After everything I went through.
Hold on, JJ. Hold on, JJ. I promise. I would. Boss. Pause. Brother, I will let you respond, but please let her get it out, please.
Do you know how insulting that sounds? It's just as insulting as 12 coming there and basically laughing in my face and telling me to go get a piece of paper to restrain someone that's already put it to my temple, who told me I do you and myself in front of my kids. Do you know how ridiculous y'all sound? On that note, here's what I'm going to say, because I got to get my kids on the bus in the morning.
Okay.
Stop saying the same stupid shit over and over again to those of us that's really been through it. Because JG, I can promise you, who I am now is not who I was then. And when you meet women like me, you see this picture, this is really me sitting on my farm with 2 tools on me. I'm not that person anymore. And it's because I can't run to the protection of men like you. If something was happening to me in the streets, I can guarantee 5 out of 70 of men, because it's happened, would sit there and watch it happen to me. Ladies, stay alert, stay aware, go to the range, get your tools. Don't trust nothing. They talking about choose better. We choosing to not choose at all. That's all. Y'all have a good night.
You too, man. You have a good night. Stay safe out there.
Can I give you one little thing
Wait,
too?
I'm so sorry to cut you off. I've been waiting to just say one little thing.
Go ahead.
You haven't been waiting to interrupt because I'm just stopping you and he asked you.
Yeah, I just want to say, because it might be part of what you want to say. I'm just saying that understand this, that statistically speaking, it gets worse if a woman files a restraining order. It's gonna get worse because now that man feels embarrassed. Now in his mind, oh, you're gonna put me on blast. He's gonna go worse. So understand when you say stuff like, well, you gotta go to the police, file a complaint. No, that's making it worse. And that's the reason why a lot of times women do that as a last resort. Or they know it's about to go down and they need some paperwork to back them up. So that you need some kind of paper trail. So you file the restraining order just as a placebo so when it does go down, at least you got a little bit of backup. But that restraining order shit, that just makes it worse, player. So we got to stop saying that because it might be part of the process, but it does not help at all. Just want you to let you know that.
And one thing that I want to add, and
the process.
Well, one thing I want to add, I am going to let you speak because I see you trying to speak. But one thing I wanted to add is that I think I don't know what it's going to take for people to understand. Police respond to crime. They don't stop crime, right? The crime already committed. They may get the crime, but the crime is already done. They respond to it. Nigga. Lord in heaven. Sorry, Jesus, my bad. Never seen, go ahead.
I just want to say, speaking from experience, it's like also very difficult to get a restraining order. I've been in a DV situation, and I also had a situation where I was living with my brother's friend. She had her brother staying there. I felt at ease because we liked the same thing, so I thought I would be okay, but I didn't know that he was dealing with an addiction. He started stealing from me. One day I confronted him about it, and this man not only tried to drag me from the apartment, and when he wasn't able to do that, he just decked me in my eye. My eye was swollen, shut, blood in it. Police get there. I'm asking them, like, what paperwork I can file. What were they telling me? Oh, you could just do a temporary order that's basically going to say that if he comes back and attacks you again, then we'll give you the restraining order. And you're talking to me with my eyes swollen shut. Not only when they arrested him that day, if it wasn't for me leaving that apartment, he was released the next day and came back to the apartment and then attacked his friend and his sister. So calling the police, filing restraining orders, like, it's not easy to even get that paperwork. You have to go through so much. They will pull up and see you. Like, if I was to put a picture up of my eye, he hit me so hard. Like, it was bad. That restraining order stuff don't mean nothing. Even when they get arrested, that don't mean nothing. People are making bail and back on the street within hours, sometimes like literally the next day, and going back to do worse. A woman just got unalived in Baltimore. That girl running for her life, and somebody was recording it as the guy is walking her down with a firearm. And they were supposed to go to court within a couple days for the restraining order she had got against him. So what does that mean? It's a paper. That means nothing. What is a piece of paper to a person who's already been physically assaulting you? That doesn't mean nothing. It's nothing. The police, and as far as police, it's not easy for us to trust police either. When it comes to professions of men who have
highest rates of DV against their spouses, police are number one. So why are we going to put our trust and our stock in the people who are doing the same thing as the men we call the police on?
I'm sorry, the last sentence got me off guard because it's true. I wasn't expecting that to be raw and uncut like that. My bad. Yeah, that's fucked up. Damn it, JJ, you wanted to respond?
Yeah. The last thing the lady said before she left is absolutely right. I agree with that 100%. Ladies, make sure you get you a pew, go to the range, and that would be something cool to do or whatever, something to do, right? And get everything right, for real. Fact. Now, the reason why I said did you call the cops, and then y'all talking about the restraining order, but the reason why I said did she call the cops is because I'm listening like, golly, like, this dude crazy. Did you call the cops on him? Like, damn, he's still like, you know what I mean? Stuff like that, right? I was speaking from that view. I get where y'all coming from 100%. But when it comes down to a restraining order, it do really matter. Like, or not a restraining order, but just, yes, a restraining order, but just like going to the cops and reporting it. Because if he come back again, if he do something to you, boom, you go report it, and they don't do nothing to him, go get you a pew, and boom, and file the report, right? So if he come to you again, cancel his subscription, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
And you will win in court. That's what I'm saying.
In different states, I'm sorry to cut you
Well,
off, there's no self-defense laws. There's no self-defense laws. Like,
okay, name one state. It's not a
New York. I live in New York. There's no self-defense laws. No, it's not. And I'm in Washington, D.C.
But she was in Georgia. I'm from Georgia. So
AG, this is imperative to just stop like respectfully, stop talking to us.
I'm saying defend.
No, I get it. You're giving bad advice. You are giving advice without understanding how certain processes work. You are literally just having word vomit right now. So please stop. You are. You are.
Bro, okay.
Do you know how many
JG, do you know how many women are behind bars right now for unaliving men who abused them, their children, just because women like Lorena Bobbitt got lucky every once in a blue moon after fighting back against their abuser? That's not the case for a majority of women. There are women right now who are. Did we not just watch a person a couple years ago get granted clemency after she unalived a man who was taking part of trafficking her? Like, what are we talking about? It's a girl right now. She's in prison.
She said word.
She is in prison for unaliving her trafficker.
Oh my God.
A young woman right now. So telling us to get guns and unalive people so we can then sit in prison is not helpful advice.
What I'm saying is protect yourself. If you have the opportunity to have some type of paperwork on this person harming you, they will know it's self-defense.
There are men where there were paper trails. There are men who are walking free right now who have had paper trails of SA, DV, who literally unalived their victims and like, what are you saying? As if we have this sound and just straight justice
Wait, time out.
always serves justice, and everybody who's wrong gets the right consequences.
Hey, goddamn. Pause. JG, pause for a second, damn it. Miss Paris. Well, that's your name, but go ahead.
No, what I want to say is she did make a point because it is plenty of men walking around with a certain background as far as sexual assault. Raping. Some SA or raping by the 4th or 3rd degree. And the only reason I know that is because I work for property management and I see folks' background. And there are men specifically, who applied and got denied because they got sex offender on their background or essay or raping on their background still to this day. And we cannot allow that type of person in our property. So it's like, I get on that same, because when it comes to the protection of women, it's just really low. It's super duper low. Like my friend, her child's father is like, she has a restraining order against him. That boy be like low key threatening her. He be trying to pull up. She has to park her car somewhere else, so he won't try to locate where she is at. He left their child for 13 days at a girl house that he don't even stay with.
And he did it out of spite, just to hurt the mother. That's how sick some of these men are.
Yeah. So I get your point. You're telling us to protect them. So at the same time, when it comes to these men out here, they know they cuckoo in the head. They know they is, and they don't bring it out until they feel like it. And then next thing you know, we're left to try to defend ourselves from somebody that we call ourselves trying to trust, build a relationship with, and we gotta defend ourselves against them. So at the end of the day, yes, we can defend ourselves, but the justice laws with us is just don't cooperate, because we're gonna end up going to prison trying to defend ourselves. Police don't come on time; they take like 2-3 hours. Then when it comes to graping, we gotta get a grape kit, and that takes what on average to complete. That dude probably lived his best life now. After it happened, they don't take women seriously. Like they don't. They just don't. Like, you know, it's a whole Facebook group with 70,000 men who's experiencing raping, talking about it, laughing about it, just having a whole conversation about it. Like, what you like most about it? Oh, I just like it when they scream, go for help. I just love when they're hoping. Like, that junk is super duper sick to have a Facebook with 70,000 men who has experience in essay and raping, who has offender in their background. I'm not fussing at you, but I need you to understand from a little point of view that this is the reality of us right now. You know what I'm saying? Me, I do that. What y'all think I don't understand? I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying you don't. This is just the reality. I do background checks on men. If I see you got essay, great, anything, I'm not going to cut you off, because I do voodoo. You're not going to play with me.
No.
Like, no. I don't play with these men. I do not.
What you mean? What you mean? I don't understand.
Pause.
That's a belief.
I'm not even trying to go down. I'm not trying to go down that route. There was an important question from a woman, and this is where God damn it. Why am I? All right. There's a woman that said, "But women, if we don't protect."
If you won't protect us, so what can we do?
What can we do? So when it comes to questions, I think women are protecting themselves and getting strapped. But when it comes to those kind of questions from a woman, women handle women. Go ahead, Jazz.
I would say do background check on these men. Like I said, I do background checks. It's a free website I can give you right now to do a free background on somebody. That, and on top of that, like I say, you're gonna need to carry a toolie around. I ain't saying like, you're gonna have some type of protective measures. But
make sure it's licensed though.
Exactly, that's the main thing. Make sure it is licensed.
Well, you can go to a cat.
Need one. We no longer need a license in Florida.
You can go to academy.
Trying to round.
You can go to academy and get you a G19. Like, I'm serious. All you need is your social security number.
No, but listen though, hear me out. If you sneaky with it, get some chloroform, put it in that drink. Do what you need to do. But I'm gonna shut up.
If I'm not mistaken, in some states, your car is considered an extension of your home. Now I don't know what state y'all are in, but
chloroform.
It's true. In some states, your car that's true is an extension.
Keep that in your car.
To say to JG also, there are men with extensive paper trails, like rap sheets that go back to when they was juvenile.
and they still slip through the cracks. I watch unaliving documentaries and series all the time. And I will never forget watching this case. This guy slipped through, like, he just did so much. And it's like they kept letting him out. He gets on parole. Within months, he started dating this girl. They broke up. This man then proceeds to go on her campus and unalive her on campus. And this is a man who was just released for one of the most violent SAs I've ever heard about. Like, no, it was this black guy. He was dating this white girl. She's like a track runner at this university. He had a long rap sheet, and for some reason he was able to make parole after he had committed like one of the worst essays I've read or heard details about. And within months, he killed her because she broke up with him.
Oh, unalive.
Unalive. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't used to be on live. I'm so sorry. So
it's all good. I haven't. It's all good.
It's not like we in 7th grade on TikTok. I don't know why they got it like this, but we gotta talk like we in 7th grade. So
it's all good. I haven't got no warning yet, so we straight. J.E.
Hey, can I just say this too real quick before we, because I just want to say this, JG. I hear you, right? And I just want to talk to you man to man. This is one of those instances where, like, we've all went through this, where we're listening and the man brain always says, well, what's the solution? Let me tell her the solution. Listen, we understand it, right? But this is sometimes you don't need a solution. We just need to shut up and listen. I'm not saying shut up like that disrespectfully. What I'm saying is sometimes as men, we want to, hey, well, all you got to do is do this and the solution is this. But that's not really what this is about. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes we have to listen, observe it. And then if they ask us, well, what would we do? Okay, then we can offer that information. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying that would alleviate you from some strays, if that makes any sense. Because I think this is a good teaching lesson where a lot of times we as men, we like to insert ourselves with solutions because that's how we think, right? We want to go logically and we want to do this. But they are talking about a problem that has thousands of years in the making. This is not something that just started happening that's going to, you know what I'm saying? This is something that has always been from the dawn of day, men abusing women. And so when they're talking about their pain and what they're going through, sometimes we don't really have a solution for it. Even though we may think so, and we think that it's call the police and it's that, no, it ain't. And sometimes we just gotta listen and absorb it. You get what I'm saying, bro? I'm not trying to come at you, but I'm saying that's probably why you catching these strays. You know what I mean? Even though your intention is cool, and we understand that, because like you get what I'm saying, right? I don't want to keep going beating the dead horse.
I get what you're saying, and I just want to respond to that. Like, I get it, but it's like when it comes out. Yeah, I said, but I'm sorry, but it comes down to like, okay, men have to figure this out because these guys are making us look terrible. So men have to figure this out.
You
gotta figure this out.
Y'all gotta figure it out. We don't.
Exactly what I'm saying.
So we gotta have this conversation with men.
Have to figure this out. And I just want to let women know that there are men out there trying to figure this out. Like for real.
I know. They know. We on the panel. We're up here having these conversations.
But what I'm trying to say is, like the lady said, somebody seen her get abused and they didn't do nothing. It's like, ladies, would you be okay with I don't know y'all background, but just saying, if y'all had a husband and kids, would you be okay with your husband going to defend this woman's honor? Never know, he might get unalive. People don't get unalive for doing it. But would you be okay with doing that? Because these are decisions men have to make. Do that because
Pause. Hey, we keep time out. We keep interrupting. Hold on.
Men have to raise their sons to be good people. You know what I'm saying? We have to be there. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. So would you be okay with your man
going to defend this woman on?
So let me say this too, because you also did make a point, because let me tell you what happened. This happened in Georgia, right? So this couple, of course, one of those toxic couples, was arguing. The man was, you know, boom, 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 boom on her or whatever. And another guy, right, saw him putting his hands on her. He tried to stop him. That same man that was putting his hands on his woman, he ended up, you know, pew-pewing the dude that tried to save the girl. The girl then gets back in the car with her abuser and drive off. So I'm not saying don't, and I'm not saying do, but at the same time, if you want to be a superhero, be a superhero. Because I know with situations like that, I'm listen, I ain't gonna hold you. Sometimes I'm on my business because that abuser can turn around and go ahead and pew somebody because folks trying to save the girl.
So let's put it like this. There's different types of protections. We already have established this. I really don't want to say it. If you see a woman getting harmed, right, and you know for a fact that that man don't have a weapon on him, right? If you want to intervene, cool. But however, you can yell, "Hey, chill out!" You know what I'm saying, and draw attention. You can also call the police. Shit, you can live stream it, right, and still be making some noise. So you are still doing some type of form of protection because you know, oftentimes there's been a lot of times where a woman has said, "Thank you for saying something," not "Thank you for jumping in a fucking way and getting your head chopped off by the cartel or something." Yeah, that you know that like there's different layers and you got to choose what's wise. Now, if you see a woman get stole off on like next to you, bro, I don't know how often this happens. Let's be honest. Yeah, like if you just walk in and you see a woman get stole off on with the dude punched her in the face, nigga, go take that man out with your fist because you right then and there. But if you see something happen in the distance and you really don't know, hey, what you do that for? Hey, chill out. Draw attention, fam. There's all different types of protections. And let's be honest, like I've had this conversation with my wife. Um Truth of the matter is she would not want me to be a superhero. She said this. She was like, "No, I want you to get back home to me." And there's been other men on these panels that say, "I want you to get back home." They say that their wives told them that they want their wife. I mean, that their wife said that they want their husband to make it back home. But that's where other layers of protection happens. Now, me personally, I can't see no woman get beat up and not say anything, do anything. That's never going to slide. But then I could understand my wife's perspective. You know what I'm saying? But there's different levels of protection. Assess the situation and use the protection that is necessary for that moment. That's all I'm saying. So women aren't even asking you, or asking men in general to be Clark Kent with Superman on their chest and go out here and get their life taken out. Nobody's really, women as a whole are not asking that, but they are asking to protect, and there's different layers of that. It's just up to us to assess which one to use.
Y'all niggas scary.
Hey, but you know what?
Which ones? The niggas that's asking it?
But you're right.
Let me finish my thoughts.
I mean, I agree.
Y'all niggas is
No, I mean, I agree. I already, I mean, that was already said on the first, like at the beginning of live, that until you're willing to die for your community, ain't shit gonna change.
It's just y'all love. Okay, what I'm saying is this: y'all love to bring that little scenario up. First of all, what's the likelihood of that happening? Like probably 0.0000. Let's start right there. Okay. The likelihood of you coming to the rescue of a woman and then you get unalived, 0.0. Like, let's be honest. But then also, that's the difference between a woman and a man. But y'all want to go out there and cry, y'all are protectors and y'all are providers and all this kind of bullshit. A woman will run to the aid and support of a woman before a man will. If a woman sees another woman getting strong arm, she's going to do something about it. If she sees a child being harmed, 9 out she's going to do something about it. I'm not saying she's going to just jump in there. You get what I'm saying? But like her instinct is going to be go up there like, yo, you okay, sis? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what women do. I've never hold on, let me finish. I'm be done. I've never heard a woman say, well, you know, if I see a woman getting beat up and, you know, I don't know, like, I'm not going to put my life on the line. I'm not going I ain't never heard a woman even use that argument. It's always y'all weak niggas. I've never heard a woman say that. I promise you, I've never heard a woman say, well, you want me to unalive me? I'm gonna do this and da. It's always men that say that.
JG, she talking to you. Hey, let me stop.
We as women, I feel like we don't say stuff like that because
You say what? You say what? You say what, JG?
Can I just say just real quick because, well, listen, because she's right. There are a lot of men who are walking around here cowards and they just don't want to admit it. But here's something for you cowards, and just for men in general, okay? You should be doing whatever you can do to your ability to protect your community, period. That means that if you a dude that can't fight and you can't do, run some interference, say something, right? If you a dude that is carrying and you choose to take that example on and you want to use that responsibility, okay, well then use that responsibility, be Captain America, whatever. But my point is, when you sit there and do nothing, that's the problem. There's things that you can do. Be smart. I've seen times where in a gas station, this dude was harassing his chick. I heard the dude on the side, little youngster. He was like, "Hey, bro, be cool, man. 5-0 coming." Dude looked up and ran. 5-0 wasn't coming. I said, "Ooh, youngster's smart." He came with that one. That was slick. He basically ran interference and fooled the dude, and the dude left the lady alone. She got in her car, she bounced. That wasn't something that was going to put his life in jeopardy. But we always want to get this old macho role and think that we are fucking action hero. No, that's not what protection is. Sometimes it's just about running interference. You know what I'm saying? Like Shannon said at first. And that does not require you to be a fighter or a brawler. So all of us can't fight and everybody ain't okay, cool. But you can still say something, goddammit. You can still do something. Do not use that as an excuse because that's when you become the coward. I rest.
JE, hold on, pause 1 second. Hold on. We got pause. Hold on, fam. We got like 2 other people up here. We're gonna let Miss Honey speak and then we're gonna come down to JE. Ma'am.
Hi everyone.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Where you from?
Sorry,
Where you from?
I'm from the UK.
Okay. I'm getting a lot of UK people. I don't know what's going on. I'm getting a lot of UK people in my lives, but welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I wanted to first debunk what the gentleman, I can't remember if his name was VD or something, that said something about the UK laws and what have you. People that actually have been through DV and been through certain situations, what he said was incorrect, because if you've been through the court system, you realize that you do have to produce evidence of SA or DV. You have to have substantial evidence. And also in the UK, when you have a situation where it's reported to the police via a neighbor maybe calling the police or you yourself calling the police, it now becomes the state against the individual, the abuser, not actually you versus them. So you can't withdraw it. You can't say, I don't want to press charges anymore. It's now them against the person. So that first. Second of all, to JG, I wanted to say that sometimes it's important to learn by just listening and not always interjecting or having something to just say back out. Because when you listen to even the lady earlier, No Angel and Never Seen Before, there's a few ladies that have shared their stories about DV. And if you actually listen to what they said to comprehend and understand and learn, you would hear that most of us, including myself, that have been through all these kind of situations, it's, use an example of if you were sleeping in your home and you had a gas leak and then all of a sudden there's a fire and it's trapping your exits. So you can't get out. So you have to think of how to survive in the moment. It's not something that you pre-plan. So if you've got someone attacking you physically at the moment and they've trapped you and they've got weapons, like in the UK, we don't have something to defend ourselves per se. So what do you do in that situation? You think of, you have to be smart, because if you make them know that you're trying to leave, they're going to do something. There's psychopaths, there's sociopaths, there's people that don't care about the law, they don't care about people seeing it. Most people would be terrified because they can see that the person is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and they won't want to help. So they might observe, especially if it's a man, they're more likely to just be like, I'm not involved, it's not my situation, so that's your own issue. So that's happened to me. I've been through 3 court situations and none of it has come, nothing has come of it. So I don't have faith in the justice system to help me out. And also, these sort of people watch and see that you're isolated from, maybe you live in a different state or a different country from your family or from anyone, and they are aware of that. So they know that if I was to attack her, no one could help her. And you come to find out that a lot of these people, for example, even when they're known repeat offenders through the law and through people that know the things that they've done in the past, you notice that you're still victim shamed. People blame you and ask you why you didn't do something about it. But, you're dealing with grown adults. Obviously, if someone attacks you and you're in danger, for example, I'm 4'11" and my ex-partner was 6'5", I don't have a chance. I'm not able to harm him back or do something to defend myself. And if you're injured, especially, of course the police or someone could take you to the hospital, but the police themselves don't actually follow through, especially if you're a black woman. Then they're not less likely to hear you out or even take your case seriously. So it's usually thrown out. And these people the people who are attacking women usually have been through the court systems or understand the law more than probably a normal civilian who's never committed a crime. So they know how to play the system by not appearing to court hearings, disappearing. So they've got warrants out. There's so many things that go into it. So it's not about what do you do, because it is offensive to tell women, oh, what have you done about it? Like, we just sat there and took it. We've done everything in our power. Restraining orders doesn't stop someone from doing what they want to do, irregardless. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
So y'all fucked up over there too? I'm sorry. Nah, for y'all fucked up over there too?
It's crazy.
That does speak volumes, right? The fact that it's not just an American issue, it's all over.
Global phenomenon. Jay, what's going on, brother? How you doing? No, you good, Jay?
I'm very well, good brother. How about yourself?
You should have been here earlier, fam. It was rough. We making progress, man. We're making progress.
Oh man, I was making horror content earlier.
Horror content, okay.
I'm trying not to, I'm trying to get my creativity up.
Okay, all right.
So I wanted to say something before I address the prompt.
Okay.
The brother earlier gave this scenario.
One second, Jay. 5 seconds. Can y'all please tap the screen, share the live, and support? You don't have to support me, but support the people that's up there talking, if you would. Like, send them gifts if you can. Nobody's asked for it, but just support the live by tapping the screen. That's the least you could do. Thank y'all so much, very much. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, it's where he was talking about the idea of just wanting to make it home, want to get home, and what would your significant other think about you intervening in something that you're seeing that way. I wish she was awake, but my wife, if something was happening like that, or near enough to where I seen it and I did nothing, she would lose a bit of respect for me. She would be confused as to why I did. And I want to make sure we're because like you mentioned earlier,
Appreciate it.
there are multiple ways to intervene. But it speaks to us as men in the way that we've been conditioned that the only time that the only way that we think about intervention.
What's going on? Wait, is it gonna let you? Oh, my bad. I pressed the mute button on accident. That's my bad.
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
really good actually. Um, I had some not. I heard someone say uh, to approach like another woman, um, acting like a sister, maybe to try to get out of a situation, and it can work both ways. I remember I was in my early 20s, maybe 22,
Mm-hmm.
and I was at a grocery store. Uh, And this girl out of nowhere walks up to me and calls me by a name that it was not my name and said, "We have to hurry. I'm going to be late for practice."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, for a hot second, I was just, wait a minute. And then I saw a man behind her, and the look on her face,
Ah.
her eyes, her eyes were big.
Ah.
And I said, "Oh shoot. Why didn't you tell me? If you're going to be late for practice one more time, the
Mm.
coach is going to bench you and mom is going to blame me." I said,
Mm.
"Hurry up. Let's go. Let's go." And I
Mm.
left the groceries there, and she's following me. And I mean, we put on a show. I don't know how this little girl, she was probably 13.
Yeah.
And we're in the parking lot. He was kind of following us in the parking lot slowly. And I yelled at her and I said, "Do you have your uniform? Do you have everything? Because if we got to stop at home and get all your stuff, mom's going to have a cow." And
Mm.
this little girl went on. And she said, "No, my shoes are in the trunk." I said, "Get in the car. Get in the car." I, I was mad. I was faking being mad. And when we got in the car, I said, we're leaving. We're driving." And I said, "Are your friends here? Is your mom here? What's happening?" She said she was walking home from school and she stopped to get a magazine or something, and this guy was following her and she was afraid to leave the store. So we randomly drove around for like 15 minutes, and at a stoplight, I look over and he's in a vehicle right next to us. And I said, "Oh, okay, we're not going to my house. We're not going to your house."
Sick, man.
I drove straight to the police department because this was in the early 90s. We didn't have cell phones. So I drove straight to the police department and laid on my horn. And I know I learned all this because um, when I was a teenager, my next door neighbor growing up was a sheriff's officer. And we would hang out with his daughters and hear him tell them, "This is what you do. Here are the steps." So I remembered that. And yeah, I went straight to the police department
Mm-hmm.
and laid on my horn. I said, "We're not getting out of this car." And eventually they managed to get us inside, and we contacted the little girl's parents. They came and picked her up. I mean, I just felt like that's what I had to do. I was probably 21 or 22.
Mm-hmm.
And then I coach high school cheerleading, and the number of girls that come to me, not even necessarily girls on my teams, but the number of girls from the high school over a 30-year period that have
Mm-hmm.
come to me with questions, problems, issues. Sometimes it's their boyfriend, sometimes it's the mom's boyfriend, sometimes it's a neighbor. I mean, it could be anybody. And it's constant. I mean, men have no idea. It starts in when the girls start speaking up, it's in middle school.
Mm-hmm.
Um, 12, 13, and it's a lot. But as women, we're kind of used to it. I don't remember ever being told what to look out for. It's almost like we learn from cues from the women in our families, how they move, how they react, and it almost feels like we're born knowing.
Like it's innate.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there's no choice.
Mm-hmm.
And the boys don't grow up like that. The boys don't look over their shoulders when they're walking home from school. They don't worry about telling their friends when they go on a date in their 20s, making sure at least 5 different people know who you're with, where you're
Yeah.
going. And I mean, when I was younger, going on dates, and even with Tree, when I first started hanging out with Tree, um, when we first started hanging out, my best friend knew his first and last name. She had his license plate number. She knew where he lived, and she had never met him. But that's because I gave her all of that information. And my sister knew, but guys don't have to do that. Y'all don't have to worry about us doing something crazy.
Well, yeah, because like I mean, the ones that do the most harm are men. So, and we don't have the to worry about other men doing something to us because women are always on the back burner getting hurt. And I'm not laughing. I'm just saying it's a reality that y'all are living in, and that's
And
why it's
it's such a reality that we don't even think about it. It just
Mhm.
comes naturally. Like even going outside, we live in the middle of nowhere on the side of a mountain.
Mhm.
And when I go outside, if I hear something like a twig snap or any kind of weird noise, I don't worry about a bear or coyotes, which the coyotes around here, they're everywhere, or a lone wolf. I don't worry about that. The first thing that pops in my head when I look around, I'm looking for a man that I don't know
Mhm.
in the middle of nowhere. So, I
Mhm.
mean, I'm even turned on when our nearest neighbor is like 4 miles away.
Mhm. Mhm. Ooh, wait, boy. I don't know, man. Listening to these women's stories today, and then listening to you tell me that, tough pill to swallow tonight.
Well,
Tough,
I mean,
very.
I've even got something. I don't want to trigger the women, but when I was 6,
Mm.
my older sister is 2 years older, and when I was 6, we lived in a two-bedroom house with my mom and her boyfriend.
Mhm.
And my sister told me never be alone with him.
Mm.
Never be in the house. And he would get home like an hour and a half to 2 hours before my
Wait,
mom got
who,
off.
who is he? Who is he?
My
The
mom's boyfriend.
your mom's boy. Okay, I got you.
He would be back an hour to 2 hours before my mom.
Oh.
And my
Mm-mm.
sister and I went to the
Mm-mm.
same school, but she was on like athletes teams. So
Mm.
she would stay after for like a practice or a game, and I would get on the bus home by myself.
Mhm.
And my mom would pick her up after the game. So in that hour, if it was nice weather, I would just stay outside and play with my friends,
Mm-hmm.
and in the neighborhood. But in the winter, when nobody was outside,
Yeah.
I would either hide in the basement or hide in the garage and do my homework.
Mm-mm.
And he would come home and never know that I was there until my mom and my sister got home. I didn't know why. I didn't ask. But I remember being about, I was either 8 or 10, and my sister and I shared a room. We had bunk beds, and I was on the top bunk. And one night, I was woken up out of a dead sleep, and I thought I heard my sister crying,
Mm-hmm.
and I couldn't figure it out. And then I heard his voice telling her to be quiet. So I zipped my lip, but I stayed awake. And the next morning, I knew something was wrong. I was probably 8, 10. I knew something was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got off the bus at school the next morning, I went to the nurse's office and I told her that I didn't feel good. And my grandmother was our contact,
Mm-hmm.
which back then in the 80s or the 70s, actually, it was pretty lenient. So the nurse called my grandma. My grandma comes and gets me. And in the parking lot, I told my grandmother everything that I had heard. And she said, "You wait right here." She went back into school, pulled my sister out, took us home with her, and neither one of us ever went back to that house. My grandmother made it very clear, I'm taking my granddaughters. We ended up in the same school, but my grandmother rearranged her whole house, her whole career, everything to accommodate taking us girls. And we lived with her for like 2 years
Mm-hmm.
until my mom was able to get away from him and get a new house. So, I mean, the young girls, I've always told them, even if you suspect it, like a sibling or um, a friend at school, say something, tell somebody, and tell a woman. We get it.
Did something happen to this man?
Um, I don't really remember.
Okay.
Um, I do know I did find out. I mean, we spent um for 2 years until my mom was able to buy the house that we grew up in our teenage years.
Mm-hmm.
Um, my sister and I really thought that my mom was choosing him over us. And later, when we were older, we understood that she had a house with him, and the however it was set up back then, if she moved out, she would lose the house.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, she was waiting with the house on the market for it to sell, and she was kind of trapped with him. So that's why my grandmother took us.
Took y'all in. Well, yeah.
Mhm.
Sound like your grandma was a hero. That what that
Oh,
sound like.
my grandma was amazing. She's a
Mm-hmm.
little tiny, little bitty thing, probably 5'1", 5'2",
Mm-hmm.
but uh, you didn't mess with Granny. Granny was the boss. And even as an adult in my 30s, going out with my husband, my grandmother, because she lived with us because of her health issues, she was she was solid. Where are you going? When are you coming back? What's going on? And yeah, at 30, 40s, my grandma was the boss. And she had a rusty old 38, and Yeah, but it might backfire, but it might not.
Mhm.
So my grandma was not one to mess with when it came to us kids and the grandbabies, her great grandbabies. Absolutely not. My father was
Mhm.
afraid of my grandma. Hell, my grandfather was afraid of my grandma.
Grandfather? My God,
Yes,
that don't surprise me. Most
yes, he
grandfathers are.
was. He was terrified of my grandmother.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm not surprised there. I'm really not.
Yep, yep.
Well, I
But
did.
yeah, the girls need to find a woman and talk,
Mhm.
say it.
I
That's
agree.
the way that's the way my daughters were raised.
I
If
agree.
you see it, say it
I
before
agree.
anything happens.
I hope the women in the chat are listening. Hope the women in the chat are listening. That's how.
And I
Yeah.
think a lot of it too is because I've worked in middle schools and high schools throughout my whole adult life. I've been around those young girls and I can see it in their eyes when something's wrong, but they have to say it.
Mhm.
And we need to start telling these little girls to say it when they're toddlers and that danger isn't always strangers.
Mm. That's tough. Like I really don't have no words to say because again, that's just the reality that women live in. And men gonna have to change. I mean, we gonna have to keep having conversations with brothers and men and young men, old men, goddamn it, any kind of man. We just gonna have to keep having conversations with them, saying, "Hey, got a lot of harm being caused over here. Got to stop that. Got to unpack the misogyny. Got to stop messing with these little kids. Got to stop using these women as for sex. Definitely got to leave women alone. Leave women alone. 2025. I think that's what we're gonna have to keep having these conversations. And right now it's proven that women are the real protectors. Women are the real protectors because shit, men ain't protecting a goddamn thing right now. Nothing. So no, but I appreciate you for coming up and sharing that information and telling your story though. I really do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No problem. Um, I guess I'll see what these people over here talking about.
Well, I'm going to jump back into into the chat, so I will join another time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm probably finna end it in a second anyway. We'll see.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh, that's tough. Tough. Danger is not always from strangers. Mm. We need to put that on a shirt. Danger is not always from strangers. That danger be in the house.
But there are, cousins, uncles, brother, like we have influences to where we're not just on an island with all women and have no male influences. So I think that's rhetoric that we probably need to stop too. You know what I mean? Like we know that if you're a single parent, you can put there's other people around your child. If you put them in the right environments, that works better than having an unhealthy two-parent house. So I think that's a good point.
I think that having a two-parent home is too often conflated with dysfunction. Boys need men to raise them. They also need a mother. Girls need mothers, and girls need fathers. They need positive male figures. You can't throw the whole thing out because of dysfunctional marriages have existed in the past. And regarding
Just a statement made that he said that he made a statement that you can't raise or the parents need to be together in order to raise a functional child. Like no, it could be two present parents just living separately Just because you're not living under the same roof doesn't mean that you can't be a good parent and still be a very present parent. That's all.
Well, I'd like to say, you know, I'm from a different generation. Was born, like, I'm a Gen Xer. So I was raised around people who had two parents in the home who were functional, whether they, and Black families, West Indian families, African American families. And when that was happening, we had a lot more successful males and females. Your generation hasn't come up in that environment. And so you're different, and you came up in the dysfunction as well. So when you live it and experience it and watch everyone grow up into it, it's completely different than growing up like as a millennial or Gen Z, where you guys have just never seen it. You've never experienced it. You've never watched people grow up.
Because a lot of us were raised by. My mom was born in 1959. Hold on, a lot of us were raised by Gen Xers, who we still speak to now. They're very much alive. Okay, so you don't get to speak on all people. You don't get to make that statement. That doesn't make any sense. I think there's a huge misconception here. A lot of our grandmothers and great grandmothers that didn't speak of the hardships that they experienced. It doesn't mean they didn't fucking experience it. And the proof is in the pudding. They couldn't get divorced. It was shunned upon. They had nowhere to go. They had no bank accounts to have. They couldn't even work jobs beyond being school teachers, for Christ's sake. So let's not do that, okay? These women were not living. Wait a minute.
When were you a kid? Ma'am,
Hold on. These women were not living unicorn and glitter lives, okay? No, they were not. They had 6 to 11 kids because that's all the man was doing. He was able to come home and pump some kids in her and keep her home. And she was working at home and taking care of the slack for decades. That's what she was born and bred to do. That condition to believe was okay. So just because we don't have articles of women complaining about their hardships being housewives for decades and decades, that does not mean that you guys just had a so much more successful generation. A lot of y'all are breeding children who are emotionally constipated because you guys never had any kind of mental health resources for each other because you kept it inside. You didn't talk about anything. It doesn't mean you guys were better off. It just means that you suffered differently and you expressed yourself differently.
And into our
Wait, pause.
I'm trying to ask you a question. You said because you made a statement that in the area you grew up there were more because of the.
Hold up! I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Oh, your mic cut out.
No, that was me. That was an accident. I thought I had my mic on mute. My bad. Listen.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, but hold on. We gonna have to. We gonna go ahead and end it. We gonna run this back. I do hear the end of the conversation. 2-parent households. And whether you can be an active parent or not, and all that stuff. We can probably tie that in later tomorrow. We'll be going live around 8:00. We can tie that in. We're gonna run the prompt back. Specifically, I will let brothers up, but it will mostly be specifically for women to share their stories. Listen, I'm giving it.
I'm sorry. Can I just want to interrupt about that for a second?
Interrupt on what? Interrupt on what?
That I just wanted to say that the main thing I noticed in the reason why I came up here was your video where you were saying that the men have to hold each other accountable. The men do have to hold other men and young men accountable. Every generation says, let's focus on the youth. Every generation says, let's march. That stuff doesn't work. Males are the leaders. People have been so brainwashed by feminism here in the West, but men actually do lead. Oh. That's why the Black community is failing. Women are surviving.
Can I just say this?
So like I said, I'm not trying to go. I'm not trying to go there. I'm not trying to go there. I wasn't trying to go there. We can address all that tomorrow, but we finna end this live. So like, what I'm trying to do is give everybody last words. Jazz, last words, and also promote your the way you be helping feed the poor. I mean the needy. I don't want to call them poor. The needy. I'm goddamn it. The unfortunate.
You're tired. We get it.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Okay. Yeah. My last words are definitely tune in tomorrow because we will finish this. And, I do have a motion to create an organization where I feed the local homeless here, and I'm teaming up with some churches if I can, so that your girl don't gotta get locked up and fined in the process. We have the lovely Republicans that have made it illegal to feed the homeless publicly. So I'm trying to find a loophole around that. A link tree in my bio. So my cash app, if anybody would like to donate to that cause, where I purchase, prepare, and serve the food to the homeless in Florida.
Okay, let's go with Aura. I'm sorry, Aura.
It's okay. Either one is fine. It's probably due to your accent, to be fair. So as long as violence against women and girls is prevalent and is a national emergency, especially here in the UK, men are not the providers. As long as women are being raped and unalived left and right in the Congo at the moment, men will never be the providers. So this BS narrative that we've got, whoever the hell at the bottom saying, please just give it up.
Never seen. We're working our way around. Go ahead.
Yeah, into all truth, you making a blanket statement that the Black community is failing, which doesn't even coincide with the topic, and then you talking about your generation as a justification. You as a person during Black History Month, who is not part of the Black community, thinking that you can speak on the failure of the Black community.
Pause. What do you mean she's not? What do you mean she's not part of the Black? What's going on here?
Is she Black?
I don't know. I just got back.
She was speaking from the perspective that she wasn't Black.
No,
I think she.
West Indian background. It may not be Black American more so than some of us, but you know how some.
Well, she spoke on the Black community as if she said Black community.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
and
that's why I'm confused.
Exactly, exactly. And a lot of Black people of the diaspora.
Sorry, for the Americans, it's a global community.
Yeah. What's a global community?
The thing is, you coming here on some all lives matter type of tit. That is
wait. Time out. What's a?
No, I'm not here on all lives matter. The Black community is not just. I know it can be a bit of a struggle when you're African American because you don't understand that there are Black people everywhere. Like.
Okay. No.
Making Black
ma'am, please, y'all, let me finish responding. Ma'am, for you to speak, ma'am,
my accent is a Canadian.
Now I'm telling you to shut the fuck.
Whoa, chill out. We don't have to go. We don't have to go crazy. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna curse and get rowdy. So you can finish responding.
Yeah, and also
ma'am, it was still my turn. It's not your turn yet.
Go ahead, ma'am.
First of all, it wasn't either y'all turn. The host was literally still talking. Can y'all have self-control?
He gave me permission.
Until all truth, give me 1 second. Please mute your mic. Keep your mic muted. Never seen. Please go ahead. These are last words.
Oh, okay. Last words. You are not part of the Black community. Please do not make blanket statements about the Black community or the African American community. First of all, we know that there are Black people all over the world. For you to think that we are ignorant enough to think that there are only Black people in the United States of America is offensive to us and our intelligence. That's where I will leave it at.
Go ahead and respond into all truth. You can respond.
In the same way that you are hearing a Black person speaking with a British accent, you are hearing a Black person speaking with a Canadian accent.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'm speaking with a Canadian accent, it doesn't mean I'm not Black. And so the reason why I'm making the comment is because I'm not saying, oh, all Americans are like this, because my American friends aren't. But I do find that a lot of Americans don't realize there are Black people all over the world with different accents, and that the same issues are everywhere, and they're manifesting themselves in an identical way, in the same way, in other words. And so what I've seen is that, and what this young man openly said was that the Black men have to hold each other accountable, because once they do, because they are the leaders, it will have a trickle down effect. When Black men say to each other, stop, whoring around, or stop treating the sisters this way, stop treating your children this way, because they are the leaders, because they are the example, then you will see things change off of that. That's all I have to say. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, hold on. Pause, Jay. Yeah. I'm gonna follow her. I'm gonna try to get her back over here tomorrow, because I missed a lot of the conversation. I don't know what was said, so when that was going on, I wasn't here. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I'm out of respect for the time and everything. I'm not gonna dive deep into that.
Please do.
This archaic idea that men are the leaders by default because men are men. So look, if anybody is ever interested, you want to do some really interesting reading, look up the 2,500 year history of adults blaming the younger generations. That's what it goes back at least 2,500 years, with the first one being recorded as early as the philosopher Socrates. And when Socrates said, "These children now love luxury, they have bad manners, contempt for authority, they show disrespect for elders, and love chatter in places of exercise." And it continues centuries on down to present day. We kind of just seen an example of that. I love that we're seeing millennials breaking that cycle a little bit, because from my vantage point, I've seen far more millennials embrace Generation Z than not. And I would love to see that continue. But again, if y'all ever interested in it, it's a 2,500 year history of adults blaming the younger generation. That doesn't.
Jay, you got cut off at the last end of your sentence.
Oh yeah, 2,500 year history of adults blaming the younger generation. That does no good for nobody. Please look that up. It's a really interesting read. The last thing I would add is this: empathy and sympathy shouldn't be that hard to show. As a human being, these should be natural. And I hate using that word when it comes to stuff like this. It should be an emotion that's damn near natural for you. And the way to make it feel more natural for you is you have to be able to lend that to yourself first. We're our own biggest critics. Some of the worst things that we can ever hear about ourselves, we hear from ourselves first. We have to give ourselves a bit of a break. We have to start prioritizing rest for ourselves in a bit. When I said earlier, we're a very individualistic country, yes, but not in a way that we take care of ourselves in a healthy way, especially a healthy mental way. We're dealing with a lot of people who are very mentally unstable. As it stands right now, according to the APA, the American Psychological Association.org, only 24% of Black men are willing to go to therapy for the mental issues that they're facing. And even those of us who do go, it's a bit tough because only 3% at the doctoral level are Black. So if you want to see a therapist who look like you, it's hard to find one, let alone how sometimes this stuff is expensive. Some therapists don't offer sliding scale, et cetera, all of this. Start taking care of yourself, because the last two things I say is this: I get from the good brother, Mr. Jones. Drink some water and say something kind about yourself. You deserve it. Y'all be good.
Cousin, stay up for a second. Jay, stay up for a second, cause like I love to give. These are I'm gonna meet you up for 1 second. The people, Jasmine, real quick, you got a little static. Um, Ladies that follow me, because I know it's mostly black women, I understand that I've created somewhat of a black woman safe space, but it will never be a truly safe space for black women because I'm not a black woman. Y'all gotta understand that. It's gonna be some things that's being said over here that's gonna come across kind of different because I'm not a black woman and I will never truly relate to what you go through. I don't have a vagina and I'm not a black woman in America. Okay? I'm not. I'm not a, it just won't happen. But I'm trying and we're gonna continue to try. However, these two men that I have up here and Jazz, these are friends. I call these friends, and these are my moderators, brothers and sister. These people do check me. They will call me out on things that I say. Follow them. Definitely follow J.E.'s. He's educated in many different areas. He's a kind brother. Obviously, I know y'all like the voice, but he married. He's a taken man. You can't have him. Cousins, educated brother too, has very interesting panels. Um, and he does a lot of education, and he likes to get active with the youth and likes to check older men, and he does call out some things with women too. You can't be soft. You can't be soft. He does not generalize black women. He does not generalize women. If there's a certain story that's going on, he calls out that in which is going on. Okay. But you're never going to go over there and get called a bitch, a hoe, or none of that stuff over there. It's not going to happen. I got a homeboy named Jumbo too, but he's not in here right now. Definitely follow Jazz. Jazz is educated. Jazz loves to get active. Jazz not a Christian, but you see how she feeding the poor. You ain't got to be a Christian to feed the homeless. I'm sorry, the homeless, and she still get active with the church because she knows that, hey, they get active on some of those things. So follow her, support her. If you support me, you support these people, right? Follow them. I'm telling you to follow them, right? They may come on my platform, but they also hold their own platforms as well, which are very interesting. JE's has a very interesting live, which is always about men's mental health. When they get real on stuff like that, you know who doesn't show up? The freaking men. On things we need to show up in, we never there, right? So JE's does hold those. Mr. J does hold those type of lives. So please follow the homie, follow Jazz, follow Cousins. Again, these are guys that I call friends, and these are guys that would also hold me accountable in my wrong sayings and my wrongdoings. And they not afraid to call me out on my bullshit if there's bullshit. Right? Go ahead, Cousins.
Yes, sir. You put me behind this man, and now I gotta think of some shit to say. Excuse my language. Oh my God. Well said, brother. I, this is the first time I've been on the panel with you, man, and I gotta tell you, I'm a history buff myself, and the things that you say, bro, it was bringing me back. I was like, oh my goodness, where was this dude? Okay, so follow me, I'll follow you back, man. What's up, cousin? Shit. But anyway, it's always been a pleasure, man. Great conversation. Jazz, you still got that color in your hair, and you know that chartreuse. I don't know, it's whatever color I made up last time, but you know, um, always a pleasure to hear what you got to say as well. I would just say this to the prompt. The reason why we don't, have empathy or we don't show empathy, we kind of discussed all of that tonight. We broke into a lot of different conversations behind it. Mm-hmm. But I think that at the root, it comes from effort. You have to want it. This is not going to be something that's easy because we've been programmed for thousands of years. Okay. And I know sometimes we say that it's misogynistic. I think it's more of like, I don't know, like chauvinistic, because I think inherently it's chauvinistic, and then some people bring it to misogyny, but I don't know, that's a different conversation. But the bottom line is we are not doing it because of this false sense of masculinity that thinks that this is soft, that we have to be hard, that we can't show emotion, that we can't do all these things. And that is the biggest just hogwash bamboozlement that we have ever encountered as men. Okay? It is not soft to show empathy. It is not soft to show your emotions. It is not soft to care about people. It is not soft to realize that you have to be a humanitarian in this world because we are all part of this world. So that is the first step, is understanding that it's okay. And then understand it's okay to not be okay. Right? We got to stop justifying bullshit. We got to stop sitting here trying to stick up for things because we're too afraid to let it go. That's one of the things when we're talking about OGs looking at the younger generation and always blaming them. It's because they are afraid of change. It's because they have a problem adapting. So any change that they see, we automatically demonize. Oh, yeah. No, change is inevitable. I always say, why fight the winds of change? Just build a windmill and collect the power. You have to embrace it. You have to embellish it. This new generation is going to be here longer than we are here. This is the future. So if you have loved ones that are younger, you would want to support this future. Our time is up. We need to ride out in the sunset, but ride out right and give the right information. Stop, regurgitating the same bullshit that we was fed. If we're going to make a change, we need the effort. We need to feel like, hey, we want to do it. Because right now, I think that we're confused. And the only way we get rid of that confusion is to start and to acknowledge that it is confusion and acknowledge that we want to change it. So once we get there, I think we can all start having better conversations, because then those conversations come with a less sense of pessimistic attitude, and it's more optimistic. We were talking to figure out how to get better. We're not just identifying problems just to bitch about them. So in the instance of time, let me shut up, man. I've been babbling, but I appreciate you, brother, as usual.
No, you good, man. Jay, I did want to tell you that Thursday night around 8 p.m. I will be live on both platforms, but Cousins will be on YouTube with me. I will bring him up, and he's gonna turn his camera on, and then Jumble. I gotta text Jumble. I'm gonna try to get Jazz as well. Obviously, she right there. I don't know why I said it like that. Come over here for a minute, and we're gonna come up, and I'm gonna get y'all to just talk about what you do, and we're gonna talk about the things that we address, and I'm gonna get y'all to shout out y'all platform on TikTok, right? Have all the links, and you'll be able to be over here with the YouTube community. And Jay, I wanted to invite you to see if you would like to do that on Thursday.
Hey, look, man, it'll be a pleasure. I'm looking forward to it. What time again?
It'll be 8 p.m. Central. I'm in Texas. Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm on Central Time too, man. I'm in Alabama, so
Okay.
that'll be perfect.
I'm
with that.
Be around 8 p.m. It'll be on the same name, Controversial Shannon. I'll send a link. I'll go live. All you got to do is, when I go live on there, I'm gonna text you the link on TikTok, and then I'm gonna just tell you go to my YouTube channel, and then come in there and just say Jazz gonna come in there and say Jazz. You gonna come in there and say Cousins, and I'm just gonna send y'all the link tree. It's gonna bring you to go through the front. All you're gonna have to do is say I accept the camera, I accept the microphone, and then you're gonna be able to come in the panel with me. I think the most I can bring up, I think at a time, is 5. So it'll be you 3 and Jumbled. And then the YouTube community over here, which we built together, will be able to see who you guys are, and you'll be able to talk about what it is you do, what you like to do, and how we can go about being better as Black men or Black women, however we want to spin it, or as Black people in general, and stuff like that. And one thing that I want to say, going forward from now on, I will be trying to reach brothers when they get out of line. But once my brothers, like if JEs get to drop in knowledge that I don't think of, like even if I give knowledge and stats and statistics, or Cousins give knowledge, stats and statistics, and then Jazz give knowledge, that we're not going all 3. I'm just dropping, because at that point I know that you don't want to know shit, and that's what I'm learning. It doesn't matter what I say sometimes. It don't matter if I bring up a site or source. Stop asking me to bring up sites or source, because I've realized that y'all don't give a damn. It doesn't matter what I say. Well, where are you getting this information from? Pew Research Studies.org, the CDC. Well, when did it say that? Well, what year? Who met? But y'all get to throwing statistics out on women every day, and the women don't be asking who wrote it, who did it, when was this, and stuff like that. But y'all want me to do that, and I'm over here. I really be trying to have genuine company. What made me so mad today? Y'all? Jay, you wasn't here. I did not say. You know how spicy I get. How I reverse the rhetoric, and I'll say something, a general statement about black men that's just not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they want to get spicy, say something, and I flip it. Obviously, don't mean the shit except bussy popping. I stay meaning bussy pop. I ain't gonna lie to you. I shouldn't say that, y'all. Y'all gotta forgive me. Forgive me. I'm trying. It's funny. It's just a funny thing to say. However, I didn't say nothing about black men. I didn't say nothing about black men today in this live at all. I didn't even put black men as the center in this prompt. This was to all people. I said believe women, and I specifically have the prompt as why don't men on these apps practice empathy or sympathy? Niggas came in talking about pandering. Niggas came in talking about here you go again. What you talking about? You had a nigga come in and throw shots at black women. For what? There was nothing said. I was like, what the fuck? Like, how did we get here, fam? how do we get here? It was a beautiful conversation, and then the Alvin and the Chipmunks had to come in and just take it to a place that it didn't have to go. I would have never said I said probably two bad niggas looking like failed abortions. I know I shouldn't have said that, but like, you know, if you're gonna say something stupid, then I gotta get spicy with you. I'm fast, but I don't try to do it. It's just it's coming too fast. It's like a sickness. But y'all, I didn't say nothing crazy. And even in the midst of these positive conversations, you got these dust mites or cockroaches that just come in to say something stupid, and then you try to bring them up, they say something stupid. You try to get some understanding, they ain't got nothing. They just stupid. And then I sit there with an hour trying to get you to understand what you say. And then there's always a but. Stop agreeing with me if you're going to say but. Just start with but. Just start with but. I agree with you, and bro, and you right. But nigga, we failed. It's over with. It's over with. At that point, there's nothing to do. But like I said, today, but today I didn't bring it there. I didn't say nothing specific about black men. I'm trying to go about this in a different way to actually bring in conversations. I'm scared, ladies. I'm scared to do the live that I'm doing tomorrow, but I'm going to do it. Disclaimer, because this is the internet. Tomorrow is for the ladies. If you want to share your bad experience, not too much on the great. I'm scared. But if you feel like your voice has been silenced and you want to share your experience on some things that have happened with you, you can. I will give you that space, but I am scared. But that's a trigger warning. That's up to you. I was asked to do it. I'm going to do it, but I am scared now because in my heart, it's a confliction because it's the internet and people run off with your situations. But since I was asked to do it, I didn't suggest it. I was asked to do it. I have no problem doing it. But you are trusting me and trusting a panel with your situation. And if you're not comfortable doing that, then don't bring your ass up here. But if you want to share how you have been affected by some of the men in your life and what you wish you could have done, then cool. Because I'm conflicted. And I will only go as far as you let it go. Because I was asked to give a place for women to speak on these type of things because they have nowhere to go. But you dealing with people who will run off with your story and then flip it to something, or say that Shannon over there getting these women to share their stories and they all lying. Tomorrow is for the ladies. If you feel like your voice has been silent, I'm in agreement with Jazz. That if this is what you want to do, I got your back. But I am scared. Go ahead, Jazz. I see you want to say something.
I get the hesitation about it. I'm just going to say to the women who are still listening, who can plan to tune in tomorrow, please be aware that this is your trigger warning. There will be another trigger warning tomorrow before we start. But be within sharing your story. We don't want to limit people and put them in the box when sharing their story, but for the sake of rotating, you're probably not going to keep it past 5 minutes a person. That's number one. Number two, please don't use people's personal names, any kind of personal identifiers at all. It runs out when you're explaining your story, because if this is going to be streamed, are you going to be streaming on YouTube tomorrow or no? Because
not for that segment. No. For that segment, no.
But regardless, people can screen record or whatever. So just make sure that you guys aren't using specific people's names if you absolutely do not want that to, go beyond here and that kind of stuff can get messy. So just be mindful about the kind of information that you're sharing when you're sharing your story. It's okay to share your story, use surnames, whatever. Just don't use people's real identifiers. Don't even give your real identifier. Nobody needs to know your personal business per se and be able to identify you at all. So just be mindful of that when you're sharing. I also wanted to just say to JEs really quick, you're absolutely right. There are not enough people like us that are representing in the mental health space or even the ABA field. I'm in the ABA field and I just re-enrolled in school yesterday for psychology. So
okay, now
in those spaces for Black women.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Congratulations for real.
Well, I want to celebrate that.
Thank you. So I want to be, a familiar face, and there needs to be more us in this field. We obviously tonight proves it. Like we need that. We definitely need to be a lot more in these spaces. So
Jay, what time you get off work tomorrow? Actually, wait. We spoke about it. That there's no such thing as a goddamn.
I was just about to say I have no idea.
Okay, so this live tomorrow will be at 8:00. There's only you and Cousins will probably be the only one that can come up. You Cousins and Jumbo will probably be the only men that can come up and help navigate that space. I am ready. I am willing to cry and empathize with women who want to speak out. But again, do not. I'm not streaming this part on YouTube. That's a promise. I will go live on YouTube for a different topic tomorrow, but not during the process of talking about. We're probably gonna do that for like an hour or an hour and a half, and then we will probably switch to something else. But your story will not go past TikTok. Your examples and things that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. There will be no clips of me putting that story out or nothing. So this is you. If you feel like you have been silenced and you want a place to empathize with the collective group of Black women and a few men who wouldn't mind sharing a tear or two, you can come over here. But I will not be talking majority of the time. This will be a man hosting, listening, but letting women grieve amongst women. I'm not taking your stories and making clips out of them. But since I was asked to do this, that's what I will do. And
Can I say something real quick too? If you are a man and you plan on coming through tomorrow to support, because that's all you are basically advised to do. Nothing for nothing, but shut up. Don't say shit.
they getting
Don't
blocked.
be in the comments talking all that madness. This ain't the place for that. You know what I'm saying? If this is where it is time to listen. This is where you have to observe. You know what I'm saying? So that is the way that you can support that. Not by trying to lend a solution or any of that shit. Just sit back, listen, let it absorb, let it marinate. And I just wanted to say that because if not, if we see it, we call it. It is gonna be ugly. It ain't gonna be no home.
Because
I know
you gonna have mod.
trying, but
You and Jay is gonna have mod power tomorrow. Everybody getting blocked. I'm not like, bro, when a woman's talking and I see a goddamn negative comment, I'm not even gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna like how I used to interrupt and say I want to address it. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm block. It's gonna be I'm playing Legos tomorrow.
Block party.
Block. It's gonna be the block.
I'm DJing. Fuck it. Let's go.
8:00 Indiana. 8:00 is when this will be going down. And I will title it something about a woman's story getting rejected, or the tears of a woman never seen, the cries of a woman never heard. Something y'all know how I'm doing. Something. I'll have something for tomorrow, but it will be for tomorrow. We are going 8 p.m. Central Time, y'all. YouTube for the ladies, you're gonna have to go to TikTok, Controversial Shannon over there to see that tomorrow, because this will never be on this live. It won't even be part of memberships only. I'm not doing it. This story will not go past TikTok. There will be some trash niggas that come in to try to screen record certain things, but again, it will say trigger warning at the thing. And this will be a grieving space tomorrow. If you are a fuck nigga or a mammy, and I don't even like saying that, I'm just gonna block you. I'm not even gonna argue with you. I promise. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna be on. I'm gonna be on screen with a glass of wine the whole time listening. I'm not giving my perspective. I'm not giving help or a solution. Well, I'm giving help by giving a space, but I'm not giving a solution. This ain't the time for that. Like I said, I'm not coming in. You should have did this, and you should have did that, and you should have chose. This ain't the time. All right, and it will only be 5 minutes per person. If you got something like J.E.'s does, I mean, my boy Jay does the therapy. He say, come release, get it off your chest. Wednesdays or Tuesday or whatever days he do it. To that day, tomorrow will be for women who have something to say that they have not been able to say. I've done this before with only 2 women, though. Only 2 women that needed to get it out. But I was always scared. Now I'm going to do it tomorrow for Black. I'll do it for women. So if you are a Caucasian woman, I will let you tackle in this, I guess. No, I'm just playing. No, seriously though. If I mostly have Black women, I don't even expect a Caucasian woman to show up. However, we'll see what happens. But Black, yes, this will be a grieving space. If you ain't ready to grieve, then leave. Go ahead, Jay. You want to say something?
Oh yeah, man. I'm on the way out the door, man. I'm looking forward to. I want to make sure I got everything clear for Thursday. Tomorrow, I'm gonna try to drop through as well.
Yeah,
because I do think that's an important live, man, especially to make sure it's uninterrupted by detractors.
Yeah,
because we see that way too often. Way too often on this platform of TikTok lives specifically, we see lives that are hosted by women, specifically Black women, and we see majority women on the panel, and it's usually like 10 to 15 dudes who just circle around those women like buzzards, basically, come in here and just to detract. they're not even really trying to have this a conversation or something, even if they disagree for whatever they disagree about is all chaos. And to have a space like that tomorrow to make sure there's a space for women like that, I think that's very important. And yeah, that's really good, man. Speaking of which, though, last thing I'll say, man, is I love how much y'all show my wife love, and none of y'all have even talked to her. I love that, man. Look, almost everywhere I go, because I talk about it the way that I do, the places I frequent, it's like people would stop me from talking like, hey, how's Keisha? She good, man.
Fuck that low, hey, fuck that low, nigga. What? How Keisha doing? Goddamn.
I love that, man. I love the love that people show my wife, man. It's beautiful. But look, man, you know it's always a pleasure to kick it over here, man. And like I said, I'm gonna try to stop through tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure everything is clear for Thursday.
Yeah.
Y'all be good. I made sure, Jazz. I made sure I followed you. Cousin. So yeah, man. Let's continue to chop it up. Y'all have a good one.
Hey, you too, man.
Hey, for sure. Oh, just so you know, man, I do come through tomorrow. I'm gonna stay in the comments.
That's a bet.
I'll be policing them comments though, because I feel like you need those spaces for these women. But I'll, make sure that when they out of pocket, they get that axe.
Yeah, so, yeah. I'm about to remove some of these moderators that have been like they've been banned or something. So I'm gonna remove them and make you and J.E.'s a moderator for tomorrow, just in case you want to come in. And I'm gonna need my moderator. I already know Jazz gonna be on point. Jazz gonna be block. It's gonna be a block. You don't even get a warning. There is no muting tomorrow. It's strictly block. There is no muting. No muting.
Block party.
Block. It's straight block. It's not. It's just block. No 5-minute warning. None of that. Block.
Oh, Scooby said he was gonna come through.
Should have chose better. Block.
Yeah. But what did you do? Block.
Block.
I would just say to Shannon, thank you for even entertaining this because you didn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
So I really appreciate that. And since the beginning, one of the reasons I started following you because I really appreciate your content. And the same for you guys too that are going to be helping on the panel tomorrow. You guys are awesome. You don't have to, but you are, and you're, helping women, have the space tomorrow to, feel protected, feel heard, and, that's something that I would say a lot of women don't get to have, especially, having that barrier of protection of men, and that's going to be the example of that tomorrow. So I really appreciate you guys.
No problem. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all, black women just for being y'all, man. We gonna go ahead and get out of here. For the non-believers, Jazz, you always know you can stay. I know you don't believe, and you don't have to bow your head, nothing like it. I always pray over my lives, and it's gonna be very short, simple. We will be back tomorrow. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to say thank you, Lord Jesus. We want to say, for the live that we'll conduct tomorrow, God, please let there be no demons, devils, and Satan's children, any of Satan's children that join this live tomorrow, God. I pray that through that live tomorrow that there be healing. And God, for this conversation, God, I pray that people were touched. People develop a empathy and sympathy for one another, God. I pray for our community, Lord. It seemed like black women and black men, I won't say majority, but in a lot of cases that they can't even talk to one another without having any understanding, whether it be the men just want to silence the women and the women being hurt to where they don't want to listen to us anymore. God, we need your help. Lord Jesus, we just want to say, also, we want to say thank you for another day. Thank you for giving us another chance. Thank you for giving us another day to repent, try again. God, I pray that Mr. J makes it to his load tomorrow. I pray that cousin wakes up in the morning. I pray that we all wake in the morning. And God, I pray that that people be led to donate to Jazz, because she's out here helping the homeless, the unfortunate, God, and she's really out here getting active with your church. God, she's getting active with your church, trying to do positive things out there for people that are in need. And Lord, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for the help that we have. We may not have it all, but we got something. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. I love y'all. We shall be back tomorrow, 8 o'clock. If I'm not live by 8 o'clock, don't worry. I got home late. That's all that is. Don't worry. I got home late. It shall be live. Just be on the lookout. 8 o'clock. If I go live early, there's no way that I can let all y'all know. You'll just have to see. But 8 o'clock, I should be able to go live. And then on YouTube, Jazz will be here. Cousins will be here. And Jay he's clearing up his schedule. So y'all will get to see the YouTube family that we built. I mean, the TikTok family that we built. Anyway, y'all have a good night. Support Jazz, follow Cousins. Jay gone, but follow him. Follow them. These are my friends. I'm telling you, they check me too. So follow them. Good night, Jazz.
Appreciate you, brother.
No problem.
Good night, Jazz.
Good night. All right, YouTube, man. Love y'all. Y'all have a good night. Y'all stay safe.